Good morning, everyone. For those who were unable to join us yesterday, welcome to the day 2 of Vice Admiral K.K. Nayyar Fellowship Conference 2023. My name is Divya Rai and I will be your host for the entire duration of the conference. We remain excited and thrilled to have each one of you here today with us. We had striven to build a comprehensive program for you that to keep you intellectually stimulated. And I would like to once again encourage everyone to participate in various audience interaction and pose a robust intellectual challenges before our expert addressees. To begin today's proceeding, may I request Dr. Ramadas, Admiral Karambir Singh, and Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan to please step on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to welcome Dr. Ramadas, Director of National Institute of Technology, which is our country's leading technological institution that gives practical manifestation to India's ocean and seabed endeavors under the guidance of Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. May I request him to take the floor and deliver the keynote address. Sir, you have the floor.
Admiral Karambir Singh, Vice Admiral Pradesh Chauhan, dignitaries of the dais, experts, invitees, and my dear friends, a very good morning. It's my privilege and pleasure to be here among you for participation in Vice Admiral K.K. Nayyar Fellowship Conference 2023. I am grateful to the organizers for inviting me here. I was wondering what should I talk on actually, what should I talk about? I'm not an expert on coastal and environmental science or engineering, and I don't want to show torch to the sun. So I thought I would talk about something which I'm passionate about or in which I'm involved. So that is the latest, mission announced by the government of India is a deep ocean mission. So I requested permission from the organizers and they were kind enough to permit me to talk on deep ocean mission. So here I am. And in next few minutes, I'll be able to give you a brief report on what we are doing under this deep ocean mission. As you are aware, this was announced in September 2021 by the Honorable Prime Minister of India in the Parliament. Okay. It's actually a mission spanning 5 years from 2021 September to 2026 September, and which is a budget of 4,870 crores to be precise. So it has 6 verticals. I'll be able to tell you in a few minutes actually how we are able to actually contribute from Ministry of Earth Science. Next slide. As you are aware, actually, India has a long coastline and we have got a very big EEZ. Now, if you add extended exclusive economic zone, and I think our this EEZ is as big as I think the mainland. Apart from that one, we have signed 2 contracts with the International Seabed Authority, United Nations, for exploratory mining in deep seas in the international waters. 2 sites have been given to us. One is at around 15 degrees south after crossing the equator, and there is at 26 degrees south. So at 15 degrees south, we have signed an agreement for to begin with as a pioneer investor 1,50,000 square kilometers. After doing survey and doing environmental baseline data collection, we have given back 7,500 square kilometers to United Nations. We have not surrendered the area because we could not handle it or anything like that. It's a misconception. We have given it back as per the agreement. And we have got another 10,000 square kilometers at 26 degrees south. That is for actually mining for minerals which are brought out by hydrothermal vents. And with all these things, so you realizing the importance of oceans, Government of India has come out with ocean policy, which started in 1981. At the time, there was no Ministry of Earth Science. In 1982, 1983, actually, Department of Ocean Development was started. Now it is called Ministry of Earth Sciences. Now India's blue economy draft document is available. And this decade is also announced as the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. And that is Sustainable Development Goal 14 talks about life below the water. So keeping these facts in mind, Government of India under the able leadership of Honorable Prime Minister announced a deep ocean mission with a very actually broad areas which are concerned about this oceans. So you can see there is no unique way of categorizing these components of blue economy, but this is our way of looking at things. We have non-living resources, we have living resources, and we have ocean commerce. These branches or areas can be further divided into minerals, energy, freshwater, seafood, marine biotechnology, transport, and tourism. So this is the potential. These are only, we can only say estimates, not that we are going to harvest every single nodule or every single mineral source that is available on the seabed. But these are the resources available at these places. I don't want to go into the details. We are not really dealing with the beach placer deposits, but deep sea resources definitely. We are actually in the process of developing technologies for exploratory mining and in future for the commercial exploitation as well. So I have taken actually this slide to show that the capitalist America and Marxist China, they are both ahead of us in ocean commerce. We are actually lagging behind, and it's high time we caught up. So these are the verticals of deep ocean mission. The first vertical is about deep sea mining, underwater vehicles, and underwater robotics. Second one is about climate change advisory services. Third one is it's about biodiversity in Indian seas. Fourth vertical is again ocean survey and exploration. Fifth one is energy and freshwater from the ocean. And sixth one is about actually capacity development and human resource development in ocean biology. So vertical one is all about development of technology for the deep sea mining, underwater vehicles, and underwater robotics. This is where my institute, National Institute of Ocean Technology, plays a major role. As you are aware, NIOT is a technical arm of Ministry of Earth Sciences. We don't teach and award degrees, and we don't produce any like industry. We don't have any assembly line production, but our mandate is very clear to design, develop, and demonstrate technologies so that industry can come forward and take them forward. And we also play the role of design developers and deployers as well. We are not trained seafarers, but we are scientists, but we develop as seafarers as well. So these are three minerals of interest for the Ministry of Earth Sciences. I'll come from actually bottom, that is gas hydrates. Gas hydrates are nothing but in the right conditions of temperature and pressure. Methane gas mixes with seawater and makes a crystal-like, camphor-like substance. So it is actually cold at around maybe 0 degrees centigrade, 2 degrees centigrade, and it actually forms at around pressure of 100 bar. So it's like a camphor. 1 cubic meter of gas hydrates can hold 163 cubic meter of methane gas or propane gas. If we can actually, even 10% of the gas hydrates are harvested, it can sustain India for another a few decades. But the technology is not available, and methane gas, you know, it's highly a greenhouse gas, so we have to deal with it very carefully. No technology is readily available in the country, in the world. But we have identified the resources in Krishna Godavari basin of Bay of Bengal and Konkan region as well. And next one is polymetallic nodules. Jules Verne actually in his book, famous book, he wrote actually that at deep waters minerals are available, easy to exploit and all. He was right to some extent, but it is not easy to exploit. These are actually polymetallic nodules, or like potato-like structures, which are potato-like in the shape and size. They are exactly like potatoes. Actually, they are stood on the seafloor at 5,000 meters water depth, especially in Pacific Ocean and Indian Ocean. So they are rich in cobalt, nickel, manganese, iron, and copper in varying quantities. So there are two-dimensional minerals. You need not have to excavate anything. You can pick it and you can just pump it to the surface. Of course, it's easier said than done. We learned it. And next one is hydrodermal sulfides. You all know when this tectonic plates meet, if there are any gaps, cold water seeps in, hot magma tries to come out. When they meet, a geyser-like structure is formed, and all the minerals come out. And these precious minerals are actually spread over the rocks around, and the area is mineralized. These are the three minerals of our interest. So the maximum depth is 5,500 meters. In Indian Ocean, we don't have any depth bigger than that one, except in some kind of region of Sumatra somewhere. But actual average depth is around less than actually 5,000 meters. So this is the area. You can see it is at 15 degrees south. So we signed this contract in 2002 with the International Seabed Authority. We have only contract for the exploratory mining. NIO Goa did human service in this field. They surveyed, they found that nodules are there. Then they estimated the abundance. They also estimated the grade of the mineral available there. Then we stepped in, we started developing technology for this one. And how to extract minerals from this one. There is an institute called IIMT under CSIR in Bhubaneswar. They have developed technology to extract these metals from these polymetallic nodules. It's around 2,500 kilometers away from the Indian coast. There is a often repeated joke in NIOT that by the time we reach that site, half of the team is seasick and the rest is homesick. So, and if it is 26 degrees south, we take at least 14-15 days to go there. And area is very actually turbulent, weather is very fickle there. And unlike Pacific, we don't have access to this place for 300 days in a year to mine. In Pacific, it is different, but this is where we require the help from NMF actually to protect our interest and to impress upon ISA that Indian Ocean is different ball game altogether. We cannot be equated with Pacific. One size cannot fit all in this. So the first vertical, I don't want to go into the objectives, but the deliverables are simple, that we have to make a mining machine for 6,000 meters, which can go down and bring minerals at least on the exploratory level. Second one is developing a manned submersible which can take 3 human beings to 6,000 meters water depth and bring them back, okay, safely. Of course, we are not competing with we cannot also with the Indian Navy. Actually, our requirement and our mandate is completely different. I will talk more about this submersible later. So for mining, it has three components. One is surface shift, of course. Second is the bottom. A mining machine should be able to locomote on the soft seabed. It is very soft like grease. The shear strength is 1.5 kPa. So you can understand. Actually, moving on the seabed itself is actually a very difficult task, and this weighs around 20 tons. And we have to supply power from the top. We have to send the signal from the top. We have to get the data back from the bottom, and we should carry our own lights, cameras, sonars, and all. All these things should work at 600 bar pressure. Anything you put there, it got crushed in no time. And to top it all, people say that actually space is difficult. No, I don't. I say that conquering inner space is much more difficult because you have to pressure difference is 600 bar. There it's only 1 bar. Second thing is you have a communication. You can control Mars rover sitting from here. And you can see Saturn rings if you have a good telescope, but you drop it something at 20 meters water depth, it's how difficult it is. Okay, so it is a different ball game. That's why it is actually mining at these depths is very, very difficult. So we have made a machine. We have divided into three stages. First is to make a mining machine which can dwell on the sea bottom. Second one is to pump it from 6,000 meters depth. You need around 120 bar positive displacement pump to pump it there actually from using a flexible or a rigid riser. And third, on the deck, actually to operate all these things, we need power sources and control systems there. So we have taken up it in stages. First, we took one crawler which can go up to 500 meters water depth, and we demonstrated the technology for the first time in the world. We have demonstrated locomotion, collection of nodules, and pumping into the surface. But unfortunately, at 500 meters, there are no nodules. So we laid some artificial nodules and we demonstrated technology. Then we made a soil tester to test the soil at this bottom and see what sort of soil we are going to deal with. Then with that knowledge, we made one remotely operated vehicle which can go up to 6,000 meters with a tether. Then we investigated the water column. With these inputs, we started making a mining machine which can go up to 6,000 meters. And we have made this machine and we have successfully operated at 5,470 meters, if I am not wrong. And now we are in the process of going to the second stage of pumping. But very soon there will be commercial exploitation code available, and industry has to step in. Again, we are requesting NMF to really join hands with us to sensitize the industry. Again, you can see if you have a cable, the cable drag is as much as the vehicle drag. Okay, so you will not be able to move the vehicle if the cable drag is very high, and range is limited. You have to pump power from the top, and you have only two-dimensional vision. Okay, but so there are limitations in using remotely operated vehicle. If you send an autonomous vehicle, you don't know what it is doing. You have to pre-program it. When it comes back, I say if it comes back, because many a time we lose the vehicles actually. It's losing something at sea at 5,000 meters depth is not very uncommon. So when it comes back, then only we can see what it is, what it has seen. Then we have to deploy. But if you combine these two advantages, then if you put a man there who can take an informed and decision there at that stage actually, then you have a manned submersible. People ask us why you can't send robots, or why you can't in space. They are actually sending only that unmanned missions. Why are you going back to manned mission? Ocean is different. You need man there. At least another a few decades till we learn more about the oceans. We need a man there, so we have to send him there. So we are going there. So what is the basic component of manned submersible? We used to say man and men. Then our women scientists protested. So we call humans. Now we have humans as the basic component. Then they have to be in 1 bar pressure. It is actually like a short sleeve environment. See, when we have gone to Antarctica, one thing actually, if you want to really enter Antarctica, either old soldiers or very young scientists can enter. But normal scientists don't they don't pass the medical criteria to go there. We don't want it to be we don't want to make it prohibitive. We want anybody, only a trained pilot should go, other people should be able to go, any scientist should be able to go there. So they have to be in a near normal environment. It is 1 bar pressure, 21% oxygen, CO2 is scrubbed, and humidity we don't maintain, but automatically it balances there actually. So, but they have to be in a sphere. That sphere has to withstand 600 bar. But it's not enough, because when we want to certify it for a man, it has to double the rating actually, 12,000 meters, that is 1200 bar pressure it to withstand. And if you make it with steel, you cannot handle it. So you have to make it with titanium special alloy. Even then it becomes 80 mm thick for 2.1 meter diameter. The space available is less than your Maruti 800 place actually. So 3 people will be cramped in that one. And it has 3 viewport, actually that acrylic viewports, and it has cameras, lights. It's like a mini cockpit. So you need to give oxygen and remove CO2, and you need exostructure. Then you need ballast and trim to maintain your attitude there. and we need propulsion to move around, and it's not a bad escape, it moves around, there is no tether, and we need thrusters to move around and batteries to provide power, and this is how it looks like with fairings, and it needs a specialized launching and recovery system to recover it from the top actually. I tell this august audience that it is made to float. Going down is an effort, so it is inherently safe provided you follow SOPs. So how many of such things are there? Only 5 countries in the world have this kind of scientific manned submersibles. Of course, there are some millionaires like James Cameron and Vescovo. They have made their own manned submersibles. In fact, James Cameron, Titanic and Avatar director, he went alone in a 1 meter diameter titanium sphere to 11,000 meters deep in Mariana Trench. Okay, there is a film available called Deep Sea Challenge. It's open, it's in the net actually, you can see that one. It's a fascinating film. So India wants to be the 6th country to do so. I don't know when we will be the first country to do anything first time in the world actually. When is our man on the moon moment will come? I think youngsters sitting here should do that one, but at least we are making it 6th in the world. Okay. And this is how it looks like. On ship we have only control console. The communication is only acoustics. It is 2 lakh times slower than the electromagnetic radiation, and information carrying capacity is very small. So the communication is rudimentary, both data and voice. Okay, but there is an acoustic telephone there. But you are on your own. Okay, so there. On the manned submersible, we have personal sphere, and I have explained all the parts and all. And there are some amazing devices, scientific payloads. Mind you, we are only making a vehicle. What to put on that one is decided by the scientific users. We are only making a vehicle, but it has to be useful for biology, geology, physics, or scientific exploration or engineering intervention. So it is basically, it depends on the user. We have already conducted some user workshop, and we are in the process of having another interaction with the potential users. These are the critical technologies. Some of them are actually covertly denied, and some are actually openly denied to us because they are dual use technologies. And many of them we are trying to develop in-house. What we do is that we demonstrate the concept in the lab and then call the industry. And we are not working in silos. We have an excellent support from ISRO, Indian Navy, DRDO, academia, and many other experts in the field. So these are the specifications. We just went by generic specifications in the which are actually followed in the world. It is 6,000 meters. It is 2.1 meter diameter. 1 pilot and 2 crew. And pilot also has to be a scientist. Actually, he has to be a scientist trained in piloting the vehicle. And it's a very simple to operate actually that system. But you need the mental strength to be there in that claustrophobic environment at 6,000 meters water depth. Actually, you need not fear about the spear actually buckling, because when it buckles, it takes only 20 microseconds. So you won't even know that it has buckled. Okay, and but it never happens. The main problem is if the water leakage is there, slow leakage is okay. You can have personalized breathing equipment and you can come up immediately. But if there is a hole there, water jet comes with 600 bar pressure. It cuts through whatever it sees, either it is metal or human flesh. So it has to be rated, and we have signed a contract with the DNV, GL Norway, for certifying our design calculations, drawings, materials, fabrication, integration, testing. Everywhere we test it actually. So under normal circumstances, 12 hours to 16 hours is the duration. You can go, if it is deep actually, it takes 3-4 hours to reach. If it is shallow, within 1 hour you can be at the site. And you have total 16 hours. But if you are stuck there, then we have 96 hours of hotel loads and oxygen supply to be rescued, and we have got a specific very good rescue plans. This is where Indian Navy is helping us a lot. But on the lighter side, but it's not so light actually when we experience it. I was there at 7 meters water depth in the sphere for 3 hours. There is no washroom. Okay, so nowhere in the world actually these kind of things are there. So you need some kind of special counseling, special diet. Like actually 1 week before the dive, actually we try to give some kind of training to the human payload. Okay, so it weighs 25 tons in air, but in water it is buoyant. It has to be filled with water to go down. That's why I'm telling, even then it will become only 300 kg negatively buoyant. It takes an effort to go down. But it has a fail-proof mechanism to come back actually. You can drop weights and come back. You can use thrusters. We can use communication on the top to drop the weights. So there are actually triple redundancies available there. And these are some of the other specifications and the payloads. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so this is how it looks like. It has got around 108 components. These are some of the prominent subsystems of the manned submersible. This is how it looks like. So after finishing, it looks like this. It's a free flooded structure. What we have the most actually morning Vice Admiral Chauhan was asking me what is the most important, most critical technology in this one. Titanium alloy human sphere is the most difficult technology, sir. But in the absence of that one, what we have done is we have made a sphere which can go up with steel, which can withstand around 650 bar, 650 meters water depth actually. So we are getting all other components for 6,000 meters. By this year end, we want to have a vehicle with 500 meters sphere and 6,000 meters components. It steepens our learning curve. When the 6,000 meter sphere comes, we are again having a two-pronged policy. We are trying to get this sphere made by VSSC in a different way. Generally, it has to be done with billets, forgings, and then making a plate, pressing it into 2.1 meter hemisphere, and welding it with electron beam welding. All these facilities are not available in India. Okay, so VSSC ISRO is doing it in a different way in forms of rings and some kind of domes and all. So, but we are trying to get this peer from the international market as well. But before that, we will have a 500 meters vehicle at the end of this year or early next year. So this is how it looks like, this manned submersible. Actually, after coming here, I inserted a video into this one because it can really explain actually what I'm trying to tell all this time.
This is Matsya 6000, the deep water manned submersible to take 3 human personnel to the huddled depths of ocean. This manned submersible is being developed by National Institute of Ocean Technology, NIOT, under the Deep Ocean Mission of Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. Matsya 6000 is an underwater vehicle capable of underwater travel to a depth of 6,000 meters. The underwater travel duration can be for 12-hour duration in normal conditions and 96 hours in abnormal situations. Matsya 6000 with 10 meters long, 5 meters height and 3 meters wide weighs 28 tons in air. It floats in seawater with a positive buoyancy. Matsya 6000 design has a 6,000 meter depth rated watertight pressure hull or personnel sphere of 2.1 meter diameter which can accommodate 3 personnel. It has 3 viewports to allow personnel inside to view the subsea environment with the help of illumination provided by underwater lights. With a forward speed of 3 knots in water achievable using underwater thrusters, it can do subsea research, survey sampling and intervention. The ascent and descent motion of the vehicle will be given by the ballast and trim system, which is energy efficient. Matsya 6000 will be powered by lithium polymer batteries with an energy budget of 100 kilowatt-hours. Redundant control architecture and a fail-safe emergency and salvage systems will be the features of Matsya 6000 system. An A-frame-based launching and retrieval with support systems in operations research vessel Sagar Nidhi are envisioned for the Matsya 6000 system. India will be the 6th country to develop a deep-water research submersible along with United States of America, Russia, France, Japan and China. With a project cost of 300 crores, Matsya 6000 is being designed and developed by NIOT with the help of Indian and global partners. Within next 3 to 4 years' time, Matsya 6000 will be launched into operation.
So actually, I would like to really tell with some pride that India is the only country to have entire ecosystem of underwater vehicles. I have not included the naval submarines here, but for the obvious reasons. But some countries may have ROVs, some countries may have some AUVs, some countries may have drills, underwater drills, some countries may have manned submersibles. But India is the only country to have all the like underwater vehicles available under one ministry, that is Ministry of Earth Sciences. And these are extensively used even for the like Indian defense, Navy and ISRO and many actually as I was telling earlier, we don't work in silos. We are a public funded agency. So we work for the nation and these vehicles are available for any uh, agency or academia to use for exploration and underwater intervention as well. So vertical 2 is about development of ocean climate change advisories. We give advice actually, our sister institute in Hyderabad, Indian National Center for Ocean Information Systems. By observing parameters in the ocean, we give projections about sea level, cyclonic and cyclone intensity and frequency, storm surges and waves, and biogeochemistry and ecosystem. For that, what we do is that we deploy a lot of both mood and drifting observation systems like mood buoys, tsunami early warning systems, drifters, gliders, and profilers all on the coast. We have some international commitments as well to deploy them in the international waters. This is how the picture looks like. So by deploying these things and by employing the models, we would like to give the advisories for the coastal communities. And we also have the mandate to maintain these buoys as well as tsunami early warning systems where at least Indian mainland and the east coast will get a 2 hours warning if there is any tsunami. And these buoys have to be recovered regularly and to be serviced. And we have indigenized many of these technologies and made some expendable drifters and profilers, deep water profilers. So vertical 3 is about marine biotechnology. This shows that between 2000 by 2026, this market, international market, should really go to up to even actually 5 billion from 3.7 billion. That is the potential available. So in this actually you can see several species are there: fish, invertebrates, and microalgae, and then sea grasses. Like each organism has some uses, as shown in the right hand side column, from food to heavy metal removal. There are actually many products available. But as you know, even if we identify one molecule which is useful, to really make it into a commercial product, it takes at least a decade. So it is actually a slow but steady process. So in vertical 3 of this one, it is about marine biodiversity. We don't know what is really available in our own oceans. So we want to have a registry and we also want to have a repository of Indian actually this kind of species and how the species shift is happening due to climate change and how the regime shifts are happening in fisheries and all. It has this four sub verticals in this one. NIOT, CMLRA, Cochin, Department of Atomic Energy are partners in this vertical. At NIOT, we are working on algal biotechnology and we are working on microbial biotechnology and open sea cage culture. We have developed a technique where instead of fishermen going after the fish, we want to bring the fish to the fishermen. So we rear them in cages, actually very carefully constructed cages. So they are in the natural environment, but at the same time they are in the controlled environment as well. We can feed them, we can use the right juveniles and we can feed them with right food. When actually the crop is ready, it can be actually harvested. Okay. So we have developed this technology and given to the fishermen, and believe me, it is really changing the lifestyle of the fishermen. Actually, it gives them a sustainable livelihood. So we also have some, we can like we have extracted fuel from this marine algae, and then we on experimental basis we ran our vehicle using that one. Vertical 4 is about survey. As I was telling, we have an agreement with International Civil Authority with for 10,000 kilometers area in at 3,000 meters water depth at 26 degrees south. So in that process, we're actually developing technologies, and we are using the existing technologies for surveying and exploring these areas. In the process, we are in the process of actually acquiring a ship, made in India ship, with state-of-the-art facilities. This is the location which is given to us by the International Space Authority. The area is around 10,000 square kilometers. Vertical 5, as like you know that the only renewable energy source is sun actually, and solar energy, and ocean is a very big means reservoir of this energy. It absorbs this energy. There is a temperature gradient, there are waves, there are currents, there are tides, and there is a temperature gradient. If you utilize them, you can produce energy. But wave energy looks very impressive, but the per meter energy input is very less. So even if you have very high efficient converter also, you cannot get really on a megawatt scale with one single unit, but you need to have some kind of array of these things. We started our institute with an inherited project from IIT Madras to develop a wave energy device. We demonstrated it. Now we moved into ocean thermal energy conversion. As you know, there is actually temperature on the surface is around 30 degrees centigrade, bottom is around 4 degrees centigrade. So if you can use this temperature gradient, then you can produce actually energy. We tried using it actually, but later we found that it is better to convert that into a technology for producing water. We don't use membranes. What we do is we take surface seawater, create partial vacuum, it boils at room temperature. Leaving the salts, the fresh vapor rises, but it is at room temperature. If you can cool it, you have fresh water. But how do you cool it? Instead of using refrigeration techniques, what we do is that we take water from the deep ocean, and cold water we use a heat exchanger and condenser, we have fresh water. Only thing is, in Chennai, if I want to lay the pipe to 600 meters deep, means I have to lay 30 kilometers pipe. Whereas in Lakshadweep, it is 200 meters. It is very close to the shore. So we established this plant at Lakshadweep, and on a demonstration base in 2005, now the demand is so much, every inhabited island of Lakshadweep is having this plant now. We are in the process of deploying some more actually. So, but it's a coral island. If you store water there, it gets contaminated with human waste. After this technology was introduced, the diseases came down. It's actually waterborne diseases came down by 90%. Actually, reduction was there. So we have done actually already at Capital, Agatti, and Minikoi, but we are in the process of now installing some more at Kadamat, Kalpeni, Amini, and Kilton and Chetlet Islands. By this year end, all the plants will be producing water. They produce around 1 lakh liters per day. But again, offshore, what do you do? For Chennai, what do you do? So you can have a barge in the middle of the ocean, and then you can produce water from there, power from there. But how do you get water and power from there? That's why we thought we'll generate hydrogen. Instead of transporting power and water, we can transport hydrogen, and we call it blue hydrogen because we are taking it from the ocean. Okay, so this is about vertical 5. Last vertical is actually about human resource development, to bring all the marine biologists on one platform and take large number of research students and place them at different institutions. So these are the objectives of this sixth vertical. So this is the conclusion. As we know, actually, we know more about Mars and Moon than our own seas. But I tell you, actually, I don't know how much mineral is there, how much biomass is there. But here you have everything. If 30% of means Earth is land, only 5% is available to you. You are living thousands of years with that. Imagine what 70% can give you, provided we have learnt our lesson and we use it very these things. So we need to develop technologies, reliable technologies, indigenous technologies for the sustainable utilization of living and non-living resources of oceans. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry, I mean, it has taken longer than what is allotted to me, but I got carried away. I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to give an account of what we are doing under deep ocean missions to this august audience. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we come to formally thanking the distinguished Dr. Ramadas for his contribution to our knowledge, he has very graciously agreed to take questions, including hard questions, from the Indian Navy and the universities and the NMF in general. Somebody has to break the ice. So let me look to you to ask any questions that you might have. Yes, Ms. Pooja Bhatt.
Good morning, sir. It's such a pleasure to see you in person after having read about you and your institution's work. I just wanted to ask you, sir, while you were presenting, you made a mention that we had to surrender one of the deep mining site back to UN. Could you elaborate what was the reason we had to do that? Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I'll just give you one anecdote. I went to Japan with my as well Secretary Dr. Rajivan, and then Ambassador was very kind enough to host a reception. Then he was very angry with us. He said it's a shame that we surrender 50% of our land given to us by International Civil Authority because we could not do our work properly. When we meet together, ambassadors and others, we discuss this issue and all. I told him that I beg to differ with you, sir. It's not this. My secretary was a bit very uncomfortable that I was talking to ambassador directly, but I had to tell him because it is not the case. We have not surrendered. As per the International Civil Authority agreement, this is actually common heritage of the mankind. So it belongs to everybody. Some country maybe have the privilege of having the technology to explore that one, but some countries don't have that privilege. They don't even have a coast. So what do you do for them? So what Seabed Authority did is that they said after surveying, after estimating the abundance, you have to give back 50% of the area, which is not actually useless area, which should be really useful area. It is called a reserve. So ISA has the liberty to give that to any developing nation or underdeveloped nation because they have an area with all the information available. So they can quickly do the exploratory mining. It's a very noble concept because it's a human heritage of the mankind. So in 1,50,000 square kilometers, we have done survey, 75,000 we retained and 75,000 we have given back. Similarly, in that hydrothermal sulfide area, 10,000 we got, 5,000 eventually we have to give back. So this is we are sharing our expertise with the international community. That's why we give back that 50%. But there is a, why I said specifically is that there is a misconception everywhere I go that we are actually surrendering because we are not doing enough. No, we have surrendered because we have done enough.
Hello, sir. And sir, first of all, I would like to thank for such a wonderful things you have shown over here about the must and all the things and the institute you're working in that particular field. Sir, I'm Dr. Sandesh Yadav, working as assistant professor in Center for Disaster Management in Jamia Millia Islamia. Sir, right from yesterday, I have a one query. As we are facing a climate change and we are having some sort of a macro climatic issues also. So what I'm trying to ask that, because your institute is working in the field of ocean climate change advisory services, as you told about, then we have some sort of an impact on the marine life and the fishing community, in particularly in case of India, depends on those marine resources. So in near future, when climate change affects, when sea level rise takes place, then the marine resources will get affected. And fishing communities or their livelihood will also get affected likewise. One thing. Secondly, the sea level change will take place, rise will take place, then the estuaries, delta, mixing of water will take place. Then the alteration of chemistry of river waters will also take place. In such scenario, those fishing communities will migrate and they will be known as the climate refugees. They will migrate towards the interior part of India and will result in the social conflict. So in such a long scenario, what we are doing, how we are taking coastal resilience in this scenario, sir, please.
Actually, it will be very tempting to say this question is out of syllabus, but I am not, my institute is working on ocean technology. So, but But at least our ministry is working on this area. If you see in deep ocean mission, vertical 2 is about this giving the advisories. Basically, first you have to, before you really analyze, you have to observe the oceans. So what is happening to our oceans? How the temperatures are rising, okay? How the salinity is changing, how pH is saying, there's any acidification, and also how the sea level is rising, okay? These things. So observations are very important, okay? Once you have the observations in place, you have the data, you can analyze and you can give advisories about how it is going to affect. That's what actually it is, that vertical is about giving advisories based on the observations. So we are right now in the process of really developing observation technologies and putting observation devices there. Once it is there, how it affects, then we have models for actually tide levels or mean sea level, how it actually rises and all. We can estimate using our models. And we can also see like how the cyclones happen, actually how frequently they're going to happen, what will be the intensity, that also we can estimate. And biogeochemistry also we can estimate. Then the next part actually, how it affects the species. That is again about vertical 3, that is biodiversity. First, what is there and how the species shift is happening. Okay, then only the social aspects come actually. So I don't say that you have to start working on the social aspects at the end, but we don't have the requisite information to talk really well about that one. So we are in the process of getting that information first. And then that information can be used for seeing how it affects the society, especially the coastal society. I hope I have answered your question.
Yes. Soham.
Good morning, sir. I'm Soham. I'm Associate Fellow with the National Maritime Foundation in the Public International Maritime Law Cluster. So my question to you is thus, technology transfer under UNCLOS and the implementing agreement of 1994 has been a very contentious issue. So how is the NIOT and the MOES addressing this issue? Is the NIOT seeking technology transfer cooperation agreements with states, A, those who are doing better than us, and B, those who are still trying to catch up where we are?
Actually, there is no technology transfer per se in the ISA agreement. It is actually about, it's addressed in a different way. We are only doing exploratory mining, but eventually you'll be doing commercial mining. At the time, different industries, different nations use different technologies. Okay, of course, we are trying to ask for them to give some incentives for deploying better and safer technologies. But instead of doing the technology transfer, what they do is training. What they do is underdeveloped nations or developing nations or underprivileged nations, whenever they want, actually, we can give them training actually in development of technologies, surveys, all those things actually. So that way they have exposure to technology. They sail with us in the seas and all. So they see that one. But that is actually, that's how we train the others. But we don't give any technology away because it's eventually it will be commercial. Right now it is exploratory technology. So this can be shared or anybody can come and observe. But when it comes to commercial mining, nobody is willing to give the technology. Okay. So only the information is passed.
Thank you very much. I think we will allow the proceedings to go on. I just wanted to make one comment that, as Dr. Ramadas said, I don't know when we'll be the first country to do something and not the fifth or the sixth. Even though being the sixth out of 200 odd countries is quite a creditable achievement. However, in the case of gas hydrates, for example, if we can find the manner in which to trap the methane correctly and not allow the methane to escape, then as has been said, that just 10% of the gas hydrates, incidentally, we have amongst the richest finds of gas hydrates in the Krishna Godavari basin. And if we can tap even 10% of that, then we will solve India's energy problems for at least several decades, tending towards a century or thereabouts. But if we get it wrong, then we will have contributed hugely to the whole business of adverse impacts of climate change by releasing methane. And therefore, sometimes we are a bit like the cat in the adage, we want the fish, but we don't want to get our paws wet either. So the ability to actually do cutting edge, first level pioneering technology requires confidence. And confidence is what the NIOT is providing the government of India so that policies can then follow. I'll hand over the proceedings with to Divya. Once again, thanking you once again, sir.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Ms. Geeta Nayyar to please come up on stage and present a token of our appreciation to Dr. Ramadas.
Your permission, I would like to add, actually, at NIOT, we have a very good division of labor. So my colleagues work and I talk. Okay, so it's all done by people like you, youngsters like you, with electrical, electronic, mechanical, civil, means all types of branches and all types of expertise and all. So please do visit us, okay? And whatever the acknowledgement means the prize we are receiving, actually my colleagues deserve it better than I do. Thank you.
So may I request everyone to please step forward for a group photograph. I make one group photograph. Go and take. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin today's proceeding, I would request the panelists for our professional session 2 to please take their seats on stage. While our panelists are going to take their place, let me remind each panelist will have no more than 20 minutes to make his or her presentation. And let me quickly remind our distinguished audience, during the Q&A session, if you have any question, kindly raise your hand. Our volunteers will provide you with a handheld mic. Please keep your questions related to the session, keep them short and well focused. And now we will straight dive into the professional session 2. This session deals with the nuances of coastal resilience, analyzing India's current policy framework. Ladies and gentlemen, we have once again an exceptional lineup of speakers, namely Ms. Devleena Bhattacharjee, founder of NUMI 8, Sustainable Marine Ecosystem, Mr. Vijay Dharma Moni, Associate Director, Marine Conservation, WWF India, Mr. Abhinash Mohante, Global Head, Climate Change and Sustainability, IPE Global, Mr. Deepak Samuel, Scientist E and Project Lead, Conservation of Coastal and Marine Resources Division, National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, Chennai. We have a particularly illustrious discussant for this session by the way of Admiral Karambir Singh, Chairman of the National Maritime Foundation and former Chief of the Naval Staff. So without any further ado, I would hand over the proceedings to Admiral Karambir Singh and conduct the professional session 2. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Could you hand over a bell also to me? Thank you. So, morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are about 40 minutes astern of DR, which means we are 40 minutes behind schedule. But this is promises to be a very fascinating session. So we will dive into it almost immediately. Just before we start, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Ramdas for a very, very nice talk. Uh, Piqued everybody's interest, and many questions would have come, but for the shortage of time. Now we are, of course, changing gear, returning to coastal resilience, and the topic or theme is analyzing India's current policy framework. And before we start, I think I'm sure you're all aware that India's constitution is one of the very few in the world that contains very specific provisions on the environment, which obviously includes the climate change and the coastal environment. And both the directive principles of state policy and, most importantly, fundamental duties very clearly enunciate that the national commitment to protect and improve the environment. So I think, having said that, the right overarching diktat, if you might, is already there in our in the Indian government. So, having said that, I think we'll start with Devlina. She'll speak to us on the resilience of India's coastal cities, people, planet, profit towards policies. All yours.
Hello, I'm audible? Great. Okay, cool. So, good morning to all of you. I was a bit rushed. I had a bit of a rush morning, so I could not meet any one of you over breakfast, but I'm hoping to make up for it at lunch. But first of all, thanks for having me here. And this is a bit of a first kind of an experience for me. I've never presented in this kind of forum, so feeling very humbled. I typically present in startup and industry because I'm from that part of the universe. I'll take this opportunity to really talk about my experience of working with the marine ecosystem. I come from a data, I'm trained as a data scientist. So I don't have an academic background in marine or marine sciences or anywhere related, but for the last 5.5 years, I've been working deeply with the communities and running my own startup called Numerate. And you hear a little bit about us in the next few slides. So I thought of taking you guys towards, through the journey and how we realize the importance of course, the marine ecosystem when it comes to not only India, but the global perspective. But just to start from the start, back then in 2018-19, we analyzed natural disasters. We did a lot of disaster modeling for one of our projects with the European Space Agency. We won a grant where the use of satellite data. So my background is in data sciences. My background is using satellite data for spatial planning, for analyzing of various impacts, be it be geophysical impact, be it be livelihood impact. So risk analysis per se. So in one of those incidents, like the Fani cyclone in Orissa, we were building these case studies, and we were this kind of a study led into us understanding the various impact of coastal flooding in India. So we went back, we did like 10 years research, and we found out like typically in a risk planning, you understand what's the geophysical impact and what's the human capital impact, as in how far the flood water has impacted, or how many lives have been impacted. So apart from the geophysical impact, which is like you can see on satellite-based images, the human capital impact needs demography study and all of it. And what came to the surface, and as of now, if I tell that, it sounds like very common knowledge to be, but we realized that the demography that is being impacted the most when this kind of events happens are the small-scale fishing community. And they're littered across the peninsular India, as we know. So we kind of went a bit further, and this was early stage of our startup. So we had a leverage to really, or luxury to really try various things. So we we kind of took a call. We said this cannot be just India, right? This has to be across the world. There's so many Southeast Asian countries with large coastal lines. So what happens to them? So interestingly, there are two maps that, I'll take you back and forth on it because there are two maps. One is the global hunger map, the poorest of the poorest section of the society where they live in the world. And there's a climate impact map. And if you lay it one over the other, you'll see that the coastal communities across the world, and Southeast Asia specifically, and Latin America a little, are the most impacted by natural disasters and the most non-climate resilient folks. Right? So this was the study, and we then, of course, we thought, okay, these are all desktop-backed research, and none of us were from the fishing community, none of us were from the marine community. We're a bunch of data scientists churning numbers over the desk. Is this really valid? So we started interviewing. I'm from Bombay, so a seashore or a fishing community is not too far away. So we started going to fishing community, talking to fishermen, friends of friends. I'm from West Bengal, so people send my family there, did some interview, send a couple of friends to Kerala. So what came out is that indeed so, the fishing communities or coastal communities, their expense of operations in the sea has gone up 10 times in the last 5 years. And this is, the reason is multiple. I'll talk about it. But not only that, this community suffers from other things. Like when you're talking about sustainable ecosystems, it's not only just availability of food, it's also market linkages, it's the availability of finance. And the entire climate justice area that we talk about in climate change, it kind of evolves around it. So long story short, we did this research. We got a bunch of interviews collected, and my friend was sitting in the United Nations World Food Program. She was part of the Germany office, and they used to run a food accelerator called WFP Accelerator. And they were taking in, entries, and we're a startup, like we apply everywhere. But they said, and Hanisha is my friend, so she said, WFP approaches SDG 2, which is basically curbing hunger, from a very, very land-centric food ecosystem. In the last 4 years of the WFP operating, there has not been a single startup who has said that food from the sea needs to be explored. Or what is happening to the coastal communities which depend on fish. So there has been no such application. And so we had to really make a very, very strong application. And not only that, we actually had to go and talk to country offices of WFP, 67 country offices. I sent mails after mails on LinkedIn, on Gmail, and asked them, is this a problem in Sri Lanka? Is this a problem in Zambia? Is this a problem in some other part of the country? And within 2 weeks, we were flooded, and we were said that, yeah, this is really a problem in all the underdeveloped, developing countries. Right, so that's where our story of Numerate starts, and this was in 2019. We, in fact, got selected by the WFP Accelerator, went on to get selected by the WFP Incubator. It gave us a chance to really work with these communities, and when I say work, when you're working with communities, just having data in a dashboard does not help. You'll have to really design it to the way that they can really understand, follow, and apply. And we're talking about fisherwomen and fishermen here. And it's 9 different languages. There's a lot of staying in their communities, staying in their places, understanding the ecosystem, understanding what they see and what they do, and why their operating costs are going high. I mean, why a fisherman, be it a small scale, mid scale, large scale fisherman, what they are doing on a daily basis that their costs are increasing. Long story short, again, I know I have limited time. There are 3 things that we realized. One is, of course, the marine and weather advisories. Climate change has impacted their marine ecosystem. The amount of time they are spending out on the sea has increased because the shores have drifted out far of it in the sea. The number of cyclones per year has increased. So their fishing days have reduced. So that is one thing, the marine and weather advisory. Their traditional knowledge, their forefathers could really wake up one fine day in a month and say, ki, aaj ke din pe we'll have fish here, or we'll have some kind of fish coming in. That's not happening. I see a person smiling. I think you asked a question on fisheries. I'll come back to your question. That was in fact valid. But coming to my story, so and the other bit about is, of course, market linkages, and other bit also is finance, because when you're working with communities, agri communities, finance is a big part. So these were the main problems that we realized, and we said, okay, being a data company, being a GIS company, the first thing that we can do is try to develop an application that will help them navigate the marine conditions better. So can we give them something like they'll wake up, they are based out of, say, Chennai, and their port is mapped already. Of course, they subscribe and they map the port, and based on their location, they're able to see the potential fishing zones. They're able to see the algae blooms. They're able to see what is the kind of coastal currents. They're able to see the tidal action, the wave height. So we gathered a bunch of parameters, and I mean, I'm not GIS trained. I'm very pure data play, but I have a bunch of very good GIS folks and GIS scientists in my team. So they basically, we build this model for this various insights that is given to the fishing communities on a daily basis. It's updated on a 4-hour basis, and we added a bunch of weather parameters that they do not get off. I mean, typically this is the weather parameters inside the sea, inside where they go, and hyperlocal weather parameter. It is a OFIsh app. It is live on Play Store, sorry. And but then when you talk about sustainability, right? Sustainability again, as I said, not only giving them the source of food, making sure that they are using it in the right way, making sure that the rest of the supply chain is using it in the right way. So the other part of what we do is to make sure that they are not catching any juvenile fish. They are not catching any off-season fish. So that is tracked in the supply chain. So that's what you see, and the rightmost app screenshot basically shows you that you are able to track where the fishes come from, and this where the fishes come from is very important when it comes to really traceability, as we know, and which is a kind of a core integral thing from when the sustainable ecosystems, the entire pillar, right? So couple of other things. Cyclone Taukte happened, and fishermen and from Gujarat said that, hey, look, I want to see my own boat, and I want to talk to them. Some of them are, wealthy enough to really afford a satellite phone. So during such bad weather conditions, they call each other and they say, where are you? Come to the sheltered area. It is coming via this side, this direction and all of it. So we give this kind of advisory to, fishermen. Coming back to sustainability, the discussion of today is that, as I said, there are 3 steps that needs to be followed when it comes to sustainable ecosystem. One is making sure that, when, where, how, and what. I mean, who is catching this fish? Where is he catching the fish? What fish is he catching? That's entirely around there's a big dialogue going around in the world about overfishing, illegal fishing, and you must have heard it. And it's not always balanced. The global south and the global east and the global west have different dimensions and different definitions of sustainability. But coming to a very Indian-centric context, we, in our own effort, we try to say, okay, what catch did you have? And then when it get crossed over, traded on the platform, we basically say, is anybody buying fish? And more or less 90% time, we people, I mean, I am a consumer of fish, we are to be blamed for the kind of fish that we eat. So if you are asking for pomfret all the time, a fisherman will be forced to, go and look for pomfret and do overfishing. So any which way, so that's what we do. And the last is, of course, how often, the demand is coming. So this kind of a traceability is inbuilt in our platform. And we have been kind of doing this work for a while, and I have, been part of this forum where it's evolving as we go. And we realize, the sustainability, as I said, there are 3 different points of sustainability that needs to happen in the supply chain. There are 3 different types. So one is, of course, protect what we have, and then you have your produce, what you're producing, do that sustainably. And the other one is, of course, equitable. I'll talk about equity, I'll talk about green finance, I'll talk about various forms of circular economy in the next few slides. But going forward from here, what we realize that, when you talk about SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals, there are so many, it's anything that you work, any kind of work that you do with coastal ecosystem is a bunch of SDGs. Why? Because, of course, you're working on SDG 2. They are the poorest section of the society. So you are curbing hunger in some way. You're working with SDG 14, life underwater. You're also working with SDG 12, responsible consumption. All our social media accounts that we have, we promote sustainable fishing. We promote, like typical example, don't eat pomfret, eat a leather jacket. It's sustainable. It's available in Mumbai. It's a local fish. So all those kinds. So that dialogue with the consumer is also promoting our platform. And the last but not the least, the SDG 10 is reduce inequality. 75% of the workforce of the fisheries ecosystem are fisherwomen. So when you talk about innovating fisheries, innovating marine ecosystems, be it be fisheries or seaweed, I talk about seaweed in the next few slides, there's a lot of women involvement. So it really helps us to really capture or work across all the 4 SDGs listed here. A couple of slides that, I mean, these are newspaper articles that shows that we are typically able to reduce 40% of the operating costs. 80% of any operating cost out in the sea for a fisherman is fuel. So if you're reducing their time, it reduces drastically. So that's our KPI. That's what we measure the impact. And we typically actually during months of COVID, when we were doing this, the entire supply chain broke and they had nowhere to sell the fish. So we were out in the roads, including me selling fish. It was fun. We learned a lot. But what has been happening is, in the entire marine ecosystem dialogue, fish, stock is declining. You must have been seeing, if I believe everybody understands blue economy. So fish stocks are declining. They don't have much of alternative or additional income. And somebody talked about climate refugees. So you cannot really pull out a fisherman and a fisherwoman and train them in something else and expect them to do a certain kind of a job. That's very difficult. So if you really, if you have to really, give them a separate or a different alternative means of livelihood, it has to be near to their place or something that they have seen as a kid or being part of their family. So seaweed, I'm sure again all of you must have heard about it. Seaweed was something that we were really looking forward to work with. But the other thing being, seaweed helps us to work with the women folks of the community more. There's a lot of involvement of women folks there, and it's a very easy to grow. You can call it an agri community in the sea. It needs no fertilizers. It needs no additional nutrient, and it is completely sustainable. And it has so many various business opportunities, be it be feed, food, pharma, fertilizer, and all our biofertilizers, biofuel, bioplastics, all those come from seaweed. So that's what we started last year sometime. It's growing slow because seaweed needs infrastructure. And to be honest, whatever we do with the marine ecosystem, there goes a deep training, a digital, financial literacy. A digital literacy is part of our job because you cannot expect a fisherman or fisherwoman to really adapt to this technology. So it is slow, but I already spoke about it. There's a large social impact that seaweed brings to the table. There's a large superfood, and superfood is in one of our promoters at whom we work with, Pidilite. They are trying to now use seaweed as a part of their midday meals. So to children, and it's vegetarian diet, of course, but it's immensely filled with nutrients. So how can you really provide seaweed as a superfood, and it's very cost effective as well. Biofuels, there are a lot of experiments being going. I'm hoping it will come to the commercial thing very soon enough. But there are a lot of biofertilizers out there, non-chemical fertilizers. India's import of fertilizers are huge. So if you can really manufacture more of such fertilizers in India, you're going to drastically reduce that import cost. So yeah, so a bunch of things that seaweed keeps us busy on. And for this, we have actually tied hands with another startup called Climacrew. The promoters of the startups are Excel Industries, Pidilite, and Mamta Group. And they have been doing seaweed for some time in Gujarat. And they needed a technical arm. They needed basically somebody to really analyze the seaweed spots, again, using satellite data, understand the various parameters of water, say, okay, across the Indian coast, where all seaweed can be cultivated, what kind of seaweed can be cultivated, what are the various, is there a marine protected area, can we grow it for 9 months, can we grow it for 6 months, so on and so forth. And this is our work in Ratnagiri, the team working. I don't know if you see me in the picture, yeah, I'm right there. Okay, so wrapping it up, basically, seaweed also helped me kind of address other goals that we were not being able to address in the fisheries. And so I'm happy that kind of started, and seaweed has a lot of potential. We are still exploring it. We are just operating in Gujarat and Ratnagiri. We have around 1 hectare of seaweed cultivation happening. But what is the beauty of it all is that you can actually do an integrated marine tropical aquaculture where you are combining the seaweed and the fish cage. Sir spoke about fish cage together, and it improves the yield of both. So, and I'll be happy to say that we have actually had NIOT scientists coming to one of our Ratnagiri spots, evaluate the water parameters. So we have kind of worked with NIOT in a very, very minute scale, but hoping to take that further. But yeah, so we have tried this. It increases the yield. So this is something that we are aiming to do at all our sites. And even sir mentioned that whenever you're working with oceans, it is not something that are own. You might be able to develop the technology, but you should be able to share that with the rest of the world. So that's why global commons. Again, I am late, so I'll just keep it short. My last slide is what would like to talk about is basically, so when you, so I was asked, the topic that was given to me was policies or sustainability policies. I basically said that I'm not really the policy maker, but I have worked with People, Planet, Profit, and I understand what you really need to design it in a sustainable way, and what are the inputs that can go into policy making. So these are the things that we typically go through in our own discussions whenever we're designing systems for our coastal ecosystem. We basically talk about geographic inequity that you're trying to handle, address, climate resilience that you're trying to address, the various kind of gaps in knowledge you're trying to address, and basis that then you understand whom you're designing from, which part of the country you're designing for which part of the world you're designing for. And that way, we are, the problem with the marine ecosystem is a very, very complex problem. So we typically follow the first principle approach and break it down, and then try to understand which economy needs what. And it's very different from different parts of India. Forget of the rest of the world. I think I am up for time. That's all from my end. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think, Devlina, you can sit after you finish all, then we'll have the question answer. So a very interesting talk, and some of the things that you need to ponder about is the correlation between the global hunger map and the global climate change map. Very interesting. Also the issue of growing seaweed and superfood, and during the Ukraine crisis, fertilizer was a big problem for this country, and perhaps, though we've heard about it in theory, but you've shown us that there is a lot of work going on. And of course, the final slide, which you, not final, the last but one slide on integrated multi-trophic aquaculture. That's a very interesting slide. So thank you so much. May I now ask Mr. Vijay Dharmamani to step forward. He's going to speak to us on building coastal resilience, mainstreaming community participation.
So, good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank National Maritime Foundation for inviting me for this conference. I will actually continue from where Ms. Develina left. She talked about communities. So what's basically coastal resilience? You might have read it or heard it now in multiple iterations. Let's hear it one more time as simple definition. So coastal resilience refers to the ability of coastal communities and ecosystems to prepare for, adapt to, and recover from natural and man-made hazards such as storms, sea level rise, coastal erosion, and flooding. So we have two main stakeholders here, our custodians. One is coastal communities, and the second one is ecosystems. So there are a wide range of strategies to achieve this. Broadly, you can put it under 5 broad themes. For my presentation today, I will focus on the community aspect. To read it out, it's like engaging local communities for raising awareness and engaging them in the decision-making process. So I will try to explain this community involvement concept through a few examples instead of saying the definitions out loud. First example I chose is crocodile conservation in Bhitarkaniga National Park in Odisha. I chose this example because it has two sides. What I mean is this, through this example, I'll show you the merits of community involvement and the demerits of not involving community. So there was a time, after independence, our crocodile population was going down across countries. So Forest Department with collaborators like UNDP launched this crocodile conservation program. It was launched in 1975. And by far the most successful and still ongoing is in Odisha. The reason for the success is because of the community involvement. So how was the community involved? So they were given training, education on crocodile biology. They were involved in their research, monitoring, and even enforcement. Now, in addition to that, they were given economic incentives, through ecotourism and by sustainable livelihood and all. So all in all, the community took it as their own project and supported this activity, and crocodile number increased. So in 20 years, crocodile number increased like anything. So it became a successful project. So what is the current status? This is where I want to say the demerit of not involving community. So now almost after 4 decades, the crocodile population increased, alongside human population also increased. So now the conflict started. In certain seasons, crocodiles started coming to the community inhabited areas, and so far fatal incidents alone are about 26. Injured are much more than that. So initially, government was keen to involve community in their conservation, but now it's going in one direction, and recent studies show that the community's interest in this crocodile conservation is going down. There can be multiple reasons for even the government to engage community here. For experts on this side, they may also feel some challenges how to stop even a successful project. I'm talking in a community perspective, to stop this project, but in an ecological perspective, it is always good to have more animals. So now, even see here in the picture, you can see a man taking bath in an enclosed area. So their river basins are now, crocodile infested. Now they can use the word infested. So they are now kind of not keen to protect this. So now it is time to, involve more community voices, how to solve the second part of this issue. So what our policy says, so in India, our animals and plants are protected through Wildlife Protection Act 1972. It's been amended so many times. So one major criticism on this act is it has less community voice. And this is sometimes this results in very counterproductive activities. So one good example is human wild boar conflict. This happens in many parts of the country because every ecosystem has its own carrying capacity. So when you protect some animal, once it after certain time passes, the carrying capacity exceeds and the animal spills over. So when it comes to community or human inhabited area, then the conflict starts. Now conflict takes in two places. One is when human goes to forest, then there's a conflict between human and wildlife. And second is when wildlife comes to human inhabited area. So when this happens, wild boar is a Schedule 6 species in Wildlife Protection Act, so you cannot kill it freely. But then you cannot enforce it, right? How much if a farmer kills a wild boar? The enforcement is difficult, for the forest department, and also the community, the farmers. Sometimes this example cannot say out loud, but still they set fire to forest at certain areas to control this wild boar. So the intentions are good. The act intentions are good. We want to protect forest. But if the community voices are not included, if their concerns are not addressed properly, it leads to counterproductive activities. So now coming again to definitions. So this is why it is important when we make policy to have community voice, involving them in the decision-making process, because community understands the local issues better, what they need. They may have better solutions also. So when they are involved from the beginning in the study process, they have a sense of ownership, and they take the responsibility, for the conservation of the said area or species. My second example is where Ms. Devalina has spoken extensively. So I was born and brought up in a coastal village in Kerala, southern Kerala. So I know few of the community issues firsthand. But first, few numbers. So Indian fisheries, it supports about 16 million fishes. It's the total figure, like both marine, inland, aquaculture together. About 74% comes from inland sources, and the rest is by marine capture. It's about 3 to 5 million averages every year, million tons. So catch-wise, Gujarat usually tops, followed by Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Now here are some numbers. So you can see it's a few million people depend on marine fisheries directly or indirectly. And the rest of us depend, it's for nutrition and foreign exchange. I invite your attention to this last row, the non-motorized vehicles. That's where the actual, small-scale fisheries, depend, if I may say, the traditional fishing community. So they use like non-motorized boats, and their contribution is just 2% to the total Indian marine fisheries. In the remaining 98% comes the motorized sector. But the issue here is by manpower, number of humans involved in this. I'm using the word human because Director Ramadas also mentioned now, men and human is kind of, so human is better. So by human numbers, these small-scale fisheries, people depending on small-scale fisheries are huge. And our policies or our interventions are mostly concerned with this motorized sector. Small-scale fisheries, they have many issues. One issue, the labor issue, someone asked question, that's a huge issue. Then they are exploited in middlemen. It happens in every sector. When you talk about policy, so usually our fishery, marine fishery, is concentrated along the coastal sector in the territorial waters. So usually it's a state topic. Every state has its own regulation. Beyond territorial waters, it's a union government's topic. But there is a new policy kid in town. That's the National Fisheries Policy. Currently in its sixth draft version. So now government is pulling everything together. So earlier there was separate like marine, inland, aquaculture. But now they are merging everything. So the policy, it's available online. You can read now everything. The marine, it's kind of everything. So the challenge here is, whether this is addressing the issues of the actual, the traditional small-scale fishing community. The government's intentions are good. This policy, mainly talks about boosting economy, exports, and all. But whether it addresses the actual coastal communities issues, experts debate. Some of the experts say that like this policy is mainly export-oriented, or likely giving less importance to fishing community. Anyway, this is not a platform to discuss merits and demerits of this policy. But when you implement, it will be successful in long term only if community voices are heard and implement in such a way with their participation. Otherwise, it will be like hollow policies. Then you have to run after enforcement, which anyway, our enforcement with our current manpower may not be possible. So there are some new schemes like Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. Again, intentions are good. Let's hope with these new schemes of government, communities, issues and concerns will be well taken care of. So again, definitions, this community involvement part, customizing to marine fisheries. So here we may have to involve the families of fishermen also, because if you see coastal sector, mostly the whole family is involved in this business. For example, if the man goes to sea for fishing, the women in home goes to sell. So we have to involve them in the decision-making process. So our public policies usually has this process. They either upload in the website, or they conduct small meetings in among communities to invite their opinion before making any policy final. But whether the actual grassroots level communities' voices are heard and incorporated into the policies, is again give and take, because government will have other long-term vision and priorities. So third and last example for today, coastal erosion. These photos are taken from very near to my home. I took these photos. So coastal erosion is a big issue. At least near my home, 3-4 rows of home are already gone in water. So this coastal erosion can happen two ways. Natural causes are there, like wave energy, sea level rise. Sea level rise is one big reason. That's how globally sea level erosion is, coastal erosion is happening. Then you have storm surges, and finally, human activities also contribute to coastal erosion, especially infrastructure, large-scale infrastructure activities along coastal areas. So again, the mainly impacted people, although coastal erosion is, it affects all communities, low income, middle income, rich, cities like Mumbai, Chennai and all, it affects rich people also. But the mostly affected people, or the people who look for help, will be the low income, because, not only fisher community, the coastal residents, the small shop owners along the coast, all are affected. So it's a big problem. This also a photo taken near my home only. So this person lost his home. And there was another 2 rows of home before his home that are already gone. So there are solutions to address coastal erosion. Scientific solutions are there, like beach nourishment, bringing sand from elsewhere and putting is a very expensive thing. Maybe possible doing in a regional level. And then we have construction of seawall. This is one solution implemented across globally. But as per se, this also not a long-term solution, because nature force, you can stop only to that extent. At some point, it's also going to break. Then we have managed retreat. That's where community related. I will talk a bit more on this on the next slide. Then we have planting vegetation, like mangroves or seagrass, sand dunes. But all ecosystems are not compatible with this. Coastal areas are like different kind of ecosystem. You have sandy, rocky. So only certain ecosystem type allows this kind of strategy. That too, it takes a long time. Then our regulation, our policy aspect, that I will say in the next slide. So coastal activities, all the things are regulated under coastal regulation zone rules, CRZ rules. And at least some of you may agree with me, this is one of the most amended rule in India, and also one of the most violated rule in India. The enforcement is also selective kind of. 2 years back in Kerala, they demolished 2 big flat complexes. It was all over news for violation of CRZ. Anyway, based on CRZ classification, there are multiple classifications where activities allowed, not allowed. Here again, communities are affected, but also all kind of communities, like middle income or rich income, all.
Now, managed retreat. This is where the actual, local communities were affected. Or why? Because this is ultimately the only solution for coastal erosion. Because once coastal erosion happens, the land is gone. You can protect with a seawall or something for some time, but ultimately sea is coming in. So you have to retreat. Humans have to move away. And usually state governments have policies to address in a different ways like this. They compensate for their property, and also they give accommodation elsewhere, or they give incentives or monetary support for rent or these kind of things elsewhere. So in southern Kerala, this coastal erosion is very serious for multiple reasons. Kerala government promised a lot, but there was some delay in delivering, so community started protesting. So that's what happens when community is not involved in the process, or they were not explained enough of the issues. They protest because ultimately they are the stakeholders and they will come to streets. Excluding them, any policy starts, by force we can suppress them. They will perish before our eyes, no doubt. But where possible, they protest. And in this case, again, government now declared packages. This was a 3-month-long protest. Government now declared and effectively started, distributing the solutions. So there are a few more examples I could say, like mangrove restoration projects. Now UNDP and even WWF, we are also doing along the East Coast these mangrove restoration projects. So it's full community involved. So they establish the nursery, they do the plantation, they protect it from wildlife or grazing or even other humans. So it's a kind of, any nature related project, it's always better to start with community participation for their ownership and responsibility so that it is long-term sustainable. Okay, to conclude, we need a bottom-up approach. This is not a new concept anyway. I'm just emphasizing it. Bottom-up in the sense, usually, any government big projects or small projects are implemented top-down way. I don't need to explain how that is, but it would be always better if we take voices from the ground, from the grassroots level, so that the common community, their concerns are also taken care. Ultimately, that's going to be long-term solution and taking care of fellow citizen. So these days, earlier these kind of psychology-related studies were only available, in abroad. But these days, these kind of studies are coming in India also. We should scientifically incorporate these, community psychology aspects also for our, I use the word conservation most of the time, but it is equivalent to coastal resilience as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you for a very interesting talk. You brought out the practical issues and challenges related to conservation, and very forcefully brought out the fact that any policy should have at least community involvement to whilst framing policy in a bottom-up fashion, and of course making sure it is done with community interaction, or that it may not succeed. I also feel that the merits and demerits of policies and challenges. I think we must be open to question answers. Though when you skirted the issue, I think we could take it on because you know exactly where the shoe pinches. So I'll now invite our next speaker, Avinash Mohanty. He's going to speak to us on risk assessment of coastal resilience. I'll ring the bell 2 minutes before that, 18 minutes.
All right. I will try my best that you don't get a chance to ring the bell so that I can complete it on time. Not Indian Standard Time, but military standard time. Getting started, I think first in the morning session, it was deep ocean. We deep dived quite close into what is happening even below. We can see, we can feel, and we can have some sort of experience. So, Dr. Ramadas, that was stimulating. Then Devalina went ahead with what numbers can tell us, and then interestingly, what numbers and what is the power of numbers or data to bring in effective policies, and then what Bijay just said was more about getting the numbers, data, and the deep diving simulations, making them people-centric. But what I'm going to do is, since my job has been doing hypergranular risk assessments, what I'll do is I'll try to understand and try to kind of decode what exactly our cascading impacts or the uh, one layer over other layer of risk look like for coastal resilience vis-a-vis our India. So before we go there, I am from IP Global, which is an international developmental organization working across 15 countries. And we work across health, education, skills, but within the climate change and sustainability, we focus around these 8 thematic areas, as I have mentioned. But at the same time, before we get into, I think there's a technical glitch, but actually there is no technical glitch. This is what? Venice. So Venice is a place we all fancy about. That's where a very fascinating tourist destination. We travel a lot. This is what Venice was when Venice floods happened. And with Venice floods, the tourism sector was heavily kind of demarcated, put aside. But at the same time, now Venice is witnessing droughts. This is what happens if you don't understand risk from people-centric purview, from data purview, and more importantly, from the cyclonic processes or the atmospheric science processes. And this is what we call it as a perfect storm. And when the perfect storm comes down, what happens is, more importantly, Pakistan floods across Southeast Asia this year. I mean, last year we witnessed that, followed by a lot of extreme events which have been not just slow, but also kind of have been providing kind of ravaging lives and livelihood at a faster rate than what we have predicted. A dumpster fire year of extreme events 2022 was, and every year this has been going forward. But at the same time, we also have a whole bunch of policy, and that's how the evolution of policies have happened over the timeline. And we have adhered to global commitments. We have now a lifestyle called as Life Mission, which has been taken at a global center stage. We have G20 presidency. At the same time, we also have our subnational and even further below district level hyperlocal policies. But all of them, with if so much is there, then why exactly are they lost? Where do we stand in terms of loss and damages? And this is what India looks like in terms of numbers. So the tail end hydrometeorological risk are kind of breaching the thresholds, and our Indian districts, because we did a lot of hypergranular risk assessment at a district level. And before we get into the districts, let's see how our states look like for cyclone, flood, and drought, and more importantly, for a combination of these hydrometeorological disasters. Because again, borrowing from the on-ground experience, our districts are facing simultaneous climate risk. And this is what our India looks like in terms of hydrometeorological disasters. Putting numbers into perspective, 75% of Indian districts are extreme event hotspots, where the combination of these hydrometeorological disasters are happening. And the highlighted portion with arrows is primarily around the coastal, because this conference is primarily focused around coastal resilience. These are some of the coastal belts which is witnessing. And more importantly, what is happening is the risk landscape is also evolving. The risk landscape, as in the western coast wasn't that cyclone prone. Now they are becoming more and more cyclone prone. The frequency and intensity of cyclones across western coast wasn't that recurrent. That is now also happening. Nisagra was one of the classic example, and Tokte as well. But at the same time, if we have to go further below to understand how the risk landscape is evolving, from 75% of Indian districts that have been witnessing extreme events or the extreme event hotspots, 40% of them are showcasing a swapping trend. Now, swapping trend is basically traditional flood-prone areas are becoming drought-prone. Drought-prone areas are becoming flood-prone, and some of these districts are witnessing in tandem. I mean, half of the district would be affected by floods, the other half would be by droughts. And that's what the swapping trend has done. And while we are talking of the impacts, what Devalina was referring to, the impacts are going to be very, very bad because we are planning for one risk, but we end up managing the other risk. And that is why the socio-economic, I mean, in the morning session, we had a question on refugee, internal displacement. If you don't map, if you don't identify what the problem is, probably the solution would also be kind of in the air. So, but what has to be done is, more importantly, is understanding the barrier. If you have to look at barriers, then more importantly, in terms of economic barriers, because we need almost $10 billion to build coastal resilience. And where is the money going to come in from? But at the same time, we are spending around 79.5 billion for loss and damage across, I mean, from 1990 onwards, where 300 plus extreme events have already been witnessed. So if you have to look at this, then this scatter tells us what exactly are the barriers and how we can overcome them to build coastal resilience. First and foremost, access to palatable information. Kudos to Devalina, you and your team for making it hyper-granular, people-centric. But at the same time, the information that we are providing is how much palatable is it? What does, even for us in the urban hamlets, when an incessant and erratic rainfall is kind of advised by Indian Meteorological Department and the meteorological agencies, are we going to travel to our office in an inundated road, or our bonnet of the car is going to be inundated? Those are some of the questions that brings into the impact-based forecasting. So we need to have this climate impact-based information in a palatable format. And more importantly, if we have that, then that can address to the policy uncertainties that we have. Bijay kind of provided a glimpse of how policy uncertainties. I really like the phrase, Vijay, when you said the most amended and most violated kind of rules and policies that we have. So the uncertainties are also kind of most amended because we keep on amending them without understanding how much they are implemented. And more importantly, there are silo tracks. The coastal missions work in silos. The Ministry of Earth Science work in silos. The Ministry of Environment works in silos. Samuel is here, he's nodding. Thank you for that recognition. But since we are recognizing the fact, let's try to converge them. And if we converge them, then there are two benefits. We are going to build resilience as well as we are going to optimize our resources. Four, we need to provide a level field. And the level field can only be provided by not just depending on grants from World Food Program, but also internally we need resources where homegrown solutions can be scaled. And that's where the consistency in level field has to be coming forward. And more importantly, to do that, we need finances. We need the resources, and the resources has to be innovated in a way to provide to address some of these challenges. And it can't be the traditional bonds or the traditional kind of resource financing from budget allocations that we can address to some of this problem. I'm sure Dr. Ramadas will agree to this, how if we want to become number one, then we need some, we need to have that capacity of daring to fail. And in order to dare to fail, our resources should also get into the deep ocean just for trying into it. And then of course, climate skepticism. We, at all levels, we have climate skepticism, starting from international, global diaspora to national, to regional, to further at subnational, and even at districts. The protests that happen around climate or climate issues are not that mainstreamed because there are still skepticisms. Now, if there are skepticisms, there are these barriers, then are we hitting a tipping point in terms of framing our policies? Because we have more than 3 dozen of policies. Are we hitting that tipping point? Are we hitting the tipping point of having negotiations in conference of parties? Are we hitting tipping point in terms of the climate risk kind of cascading and disrupting our developmental trajectories? That's the question that we all need to answer and ponder about. If we can find a solution, at least for coastal resilience at the end of this conference, then that would be a great achievement. Further, while it is gloomy and doomy all over, let's hope for the best, but at the same time, we need to be prepared for the best. And in order to do that, there's a framework that we have been trying to work on to build the coastal resilience. I know a lot of us can always argue that there are so many frameworks, but why? What is this new about the framework? It's basically a kind of addressing to the 3 A's. 3 A's around the climate domain. More importantly, availability, accessibility, and affordability, whether it is information, whether it is solution, whether it is participation. So first and foremost, you need to involve. That again brings back to what Vijay said, involving the communities, involving the right stakeholders into the conversations that we are having, and more importantly, providing that inclusiveness. It can't be non-inclusive while we are going to bring it about. And then comes the innovations. When I talk of innovation, this is not related to technological innovations of making such a great deep ocean vehicle. It is also about systemic innovations. Innovations how we are making our policies or at least approaching to the policies. Then comes the technological innovations where the technology can be cutting edge, but at the same time it has to be people-centric. And more importantly, then comes the financial innovations. We can't have traditional finances, as I have said in at the onset. We need to have more tailor-focused risk financing innovations as well. And that's where we'll trigger investments, and then the investments need to be intervened at all levels. Finally, once we are able to intervene, we can integrate, and that's what can answer our lack of convergence. So what is the way forward? First, understanding risk from a hypergranular level, because hazard, risk, and vulnerability of India is different to that of a state, is different further to that of a district within that state. And that's where the crux remains, because we are a large country, we have a huge population to cater, and the risk landscape is like cascading at a faster rate. That is what mapping critical vulnerabilities. When we say critical vulnerability, it is about the communities that are established. It is about the assets. It is about the infrastructures which have been built, and hypergranular risk assessment can address that. Second is integrated emergency surveillance system. The surveillance systems we do have, the information either go into the military kind of diaspora or it stays there. The communities are nowhere informed about it. I mean, as a community, if I'm staying in a village, I don't know where I have to go if there is a cyclone alert or if there is an incessant erratic flash flood alert. I don't know. So we need to culminate all of this information into maybe somewhere like a OFISH kind of app, or somewhere we have these informations becoming more palatable and systemic. More importantly, in a sustained manner. It should not be a one of its kind exercise. And then participatory engagement. I'll skip this part because Vijay has touched more broadly. Then there comes the integration into the disaster risk reduction plans, the national coastal plans, and more importantly, the National Action Plan on Climate Change and the State Action Plan on Climate Changes. So the coastal resilience can't go in silo with the India's nationally determined contributions and the National Action Plan trajectories. They have to be aligned with our developmental trajectories. And unfortunately, in our NAPCC chapters, we don't find coastal resilience. If you just do a control F, you won't find more than 5 times it has been discussed about. But we have the largest coast that is catering to a great population whose lives, livelihood, economies, and infrastructures are dependent on the coast. And that's where the theory that works best is of resource curse theory. Coastal regions have have an abundancy with the resources, but these resources are also leading to social conflicts, are also leading to a tug of war between who is going to take those resources, because again, you will find the some of the invested entities coming and try to overexplore. Even in deep ocean, sir, what you mentioned, we need to have standards, and the standards have been worked out. That's where the resource curse theory, and historically, if we talk about the resource curse theory, the most abundantly rich kind of geographies have also been socially and economically most conflicted. So it is something that we need to look about as well. And then finally comes, we need to reinvent our financing as well. With that, as promised, I'll say thank you.
Thank you so much, Vinash. It was very interestingly compiled, and a lot of data in this to support whatever you said. Now, this whenever we have Q&A, when we have a Q&A, this swapping of risks, which you mentioned, and how does one sort of how it complicates matters. So, what is the solution? I mean, do you stop working on risks, or you have a template for each risk? So, I think perhaps that we could discuss during Q&A. And of course, when you mentioned this emergency surveillance systems, there's a lot of work that is being done on this issue of reaching out to the fishermen to inform them in terms of whenever there's a impending cyclone or any bad weather. A lot of work has happened on this, so perhaps maybe we have a people here from the Coast Guard, we've got people from the uniform fraternity. They would perhaps during Q&A, one of you can get up and speak on how the JOCs have been formed. Though their primary function is security, but there are representatives from fisheries, etc., who have their offices within the operation center. And there are community interaction programs with people like you have these, we call them fishing, I've forgotten the exact name, fishing patels in Gujarat, the panchayat level, at the fisherman level. So there is a lot of interaction going on. Okay, so the next speaker I now invite is Dr. Deepak Samuel, and he's going to speak to us on ecologically sensitive areas, legal frameworks.
Good afternoon, and I extend my warm, heartfelt appreciation for this timely seminar, and I thank the organizers for asking me to come and speak today. Without wasting much time, this decade from 2021 to 2030 is now being recognized as the decade of ecosystem restoration, because industrial revolution and the green revolution, or whatever a blue revolution is going to start now, and started in many places, we are seeing a loss of natural resources. So unfortunately, the term restoration, we cannot revert back to the actual scenario that we have. If we have 100 square kilometers of mangroves and it's denuded, then reverting back to the exact 100 square kilometers possible. But you see that the entire landscape is changed. The seascape landscape connection is changed. So what you have is a new kind of colonization, new kind of zonation. A species which was very susceptible has become dominant, and the dominant species lost. So this is what we are trying to do now, and unfortunately, we just cannot go back to the actual situation. So what we have right now, it is time to conserve and protect them. And this is just the 17 SDG goals, and though it is connected to the, if I take an example of SDG 14, which talks about life underwater, it is not, it is not looking into that particular SDG in total focus, because they are all interrelated, and you can just keep connecting the web. And so I will be talking about the most stringently used and most abused CRZ 2011-19 notifications, and I'll be picking up on just the ecologically sensitive area. And as Vijay introduced, there are four CRZ areas: CRZ 1A, 1B, CRZ 2, CRZ 3A, 3B, CRZ 4A, and 4B. I'll be sticking myself only to CRZ 1A, because that's where you see the ecologically sensitive areas being identified. And this slide just tells you the work that we had done as directed by the Ministry of Environment and Forests. Basically, our center, the National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, is based in Chennai. is a society under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. We are the youngest of the institutions in the ministry. We are just 9 years old. We are stepping into our 10th year. And we have one important task that we done was the demarcation of the entire hazard line of the country, which is close to 78,000 square kilometer. Okay, and this was done in joint venture with the Survey of India, and we used aerial photographs which were captured up to 7 kilometers from the coast to the mainland, and we were able to demarcate. Of course, this hazard line, it's not a regulatory line, it's a management line which is used in the coastal zone management plans prepared by respective states. And the second important task that we did was demarcation of coastal and sediment cells. And interestingly, when sediments move along the coast, they move between two cells, two ends. So what happens is that any kind of accretion or erosion happens within them. And we have still classified them subcells and also as management units in a very simpler format. But the one I'm going to talk about today is about the ecologically sensitive areas, where we have mapped 34,000 square kilometers of ecologically sensitive areas present in the country. So this is just an excerpt from the 2019 notification. Of course, 2011 was the notification which clearly mentioned these A to K ESAs, from mangroves to the areas of archaeological and important heritage sites. And the reason for this was to identify areas other than protected areas. We have, at the moment, we have in the coastal areas, we have close to 131 protected areas, which includes wildlife sanctuaries and marine national parks, conservation reserves and community reserves. But then the idea was that to completely map, and government, the ministry needed a complete map that can help the managers in deciding where these sensitive systems are and where intervention can happen. If there is a loss, how it can be mitigated, how we can try to restore it to the original system. So basically the exercise was that a mapping of ESA, developing a framework for and criteria for the ESA. Of course, C and D I'm not going to touch upon, because this is basically the CVCA, which again you see in the notification, both in 2011 and 19, which talks about critically vulnerable coastal areas where community participation comes into play. The community will manage. Unfortunately, in the notification, these CVCs, there are 12 CVCs in the country, they have been mentioned, but what area, who will be managing was not mentioned. So we took the initiative of going into details, hiring more firms, and also with the government and agencies, and we try to completely map the socio-economic. Of course, I'm not going to talk about that. Basically, we had to come out with a procedure by which there is an evidence-based and science-driven approach to mapping of the ecological sensitive area. It is not just looking at an elephant and saying X area this elephant lives, or this X area the elephant uses, this is the corridor. We had to have an approach where science and policy and also evidence-based approach can be taken place. For example, the Wildlife Protection Act was introduced by Vijay, where in Wildlife Protection Acts we have two kinds of conservation. One is the spatial conservation, one is the species conservation. In the schedules, 1 to 5 schedule, of course 6 schedule is there now, and we have listed the number of animals that are in different stages of requirement for conservation. But in the spatial conservation, of course, we have the boundaries, the national parks, sanctuaries, as I mentioned to you. Whereas in the Environment Protection Act, we have the ESZs. Now you see that NGT has given, Supreme Court has given a very clear order that every state which does not have an ESZ stands for ecologically sensitive zones. These are boundaries that are drawn around the protected areas. And if these ESZs are not there, then they are going to blindly give away 10-kilometer ESZ. So imagine the impact it's going to have on the livelihoods, the SEZs, which are present very close to protected areas. So now all the states who have not demarcated the ESZs are in full swing working on it. And then we also have the EFA. For example, there are a few EFAs. One is the Dahanu, which you find in Palghar district of North Maharashtra. And there is a big port coming up, and there's a big war happening between the community and the policymakers. And in between, there are resurgencies like we have entangled with them, because the community is very clear they don't want it. And the government wants to take this project forward, because this is the northmost part, and it is away from the Gulf for and this port is going to be an offshore port, 5 kilometers away into the ocean. So there's a lot of confusion that's happening there. And then we have the wetland rules, which protects all kinds of wetlands, and this includes also coastal wetlands, okay? And please remember that wetlands up to 10 meters depth in the ocean, where corals and seagrass are, it's still considered as wetlands. That is something interesting. And of course, we we were given the responsibility of doing the ESA, which I'll come to a little later. And then we also have the Biological Diversity Act, which both again involves in spatial conservation and also in species conservation. So what we have done is the evidence-based, and I will not go into the nitty-gritties of it. I will just touch upon how it happened. Okay, this is the following steps. It was not just done blindly. Experts all over the country were called. There were expert consultation done at different level, and then we developed matrices. We developed strategies. What conservation value, what biodiversity value, what community, how the community can manage, what dependence there are. All these parameters are put together, and close to 100 parameters are taken into consideration, and then we derived at marking the ESAs. So I told you in the first map of the notification, we saw the A2K ecosystems, A2K ESAs. Now these are the ESAs. The first four, mangroves, corals, seagrass, salt marsh, these four are ecosystems. So they themselves are important treasure houses, breeding grounds, nursery grounds, and foraging grounds for many, many, many species. And what we see is a macro level, but inside the soil, in the water floating, a subtidal level, in subaquatic level, there are thousands and thousands of species which depend upon these areas. And mangroves, for example, they are very important in terms of coastal resilience because they form the primary defense. And if the mangroves are not there, then you see that the impact is directly felt in the community in the hinterland, right? And the best example is the tsunami, where you see in places like Kadalur, Chidambaram, so many people were protected, and even though they'll come out and tell, this is because of the mangroves that are there, okay? And that's mainly because of both natural formation, also because of the extensive involvement of organizations, communities, NGOs, CBOs, who have taken a lot of initiative in planting, mangroves. Corals, again, the world's best diversity come from corals, and we have coral reefs in in large numbers in Andaman and Lakshadweep Islands. Also, we have a good number of coral fringing reef corals in Gulf of Mannar and Park Bay, and also we have sporadic distribution of small reefs found in Malwan, and found in Kerala. You won't believe we have identified a new species to science just 3 years back from Chennai, a very small solitary non-reforming coral, and we have named it as Truncata flabellum madrasensis, giving the credit to Madras. Okay, so throughout the coast we have corals, but you must clearly understand what is a coral reef and what is a solitary coral, ahermatypic and non-hermatypic. There is a classification based on that. Seagrass. Now, seagrass is again an important blue carbon ecosystem. Amongst the entire ecosystem, I mean, when we consider the blue carbon potential, you won't believe that the marine blue ecosystems like mangroves and seagrass has got the maximum carbon sequestration potential than even to any of the rainforest or evergreen forests in the world. And that's why it's very important to preserve them. And seagrass, again, a nursery ground, breeding ground. Thousands of species are again dependent on it. The flagship species for Gulf of Mannar and Park Bay, the sea cow, which we find only here, Andaman and only here, is again, the seagrass is very important because these meadows are the places where they go and graze and they survive in those areas. And then salt marsh. Now, this is a very neglected system, salt marsh, but these are again different systems. They avoid erosion. They hold the soil together. When the tidal amplitude is there, when there is high tide, or if there is a sea level change, you see when the waters move inside, the eroding is arrested by these salt marshes. Okay, and these salt marshes again are found all over the country, and these four are the ecosystems under the ESAs. And then we have 3 habitats: bird nesting habitat, turtle nesting habitat, and horseshoe crab habitat. Again, habitat is a place where an animal or any other bird spends a part of its life cycle, does not live there. It just spends a part. Okay, for example, the bird, they come to nest, they raise the fledglings, and then they fly away from there. Turtles, the only females they come in a particular direction, lay eggs, and then they go opposite direction. There's no parental care there. They put, if it's olive ridley, for example, around 120 eggs are laid. And now I just hear from Vijay that mass nesting has started in Gayarmada. Last year we had 6 lakh nesting. Okay, because of protection status there, we see that they are not disturbed. But unfortunately, due to various fishing activity, we see that turtles get caught entangled in the net and they die. And horseshoe crab. Now, horseshoe crab is not a crab actually. Horseshoe crab is an arachnid. It is a relative of spiders. It's a relative of and also scorpions. And this horseshoe crab, because the body looks like the horse's shoe, that is kind of put on horses' hooves, is so its name so. And this is again found interestingly only in 3 states: north of Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, and in West Bengal. Only with 2 species we have in the world. And if you Google and read about horseshoe crab in the US, it has been completely exploited for extraction of blue blood, which is useful in very much of cancer and related studies. And then we have the sand dunes. Sand dunes are again very important natural resilient structures that we have on the coast. They also keep the water table good, and they protect the sand from eroding from a small embryo dune, which starts forming because of the wind movement and sand drifting. And then they start to colonize with small vegetation. And then you see that sand dunes can establish. There is the fore dune, there's a mid dune, there's a hind dune. Unfortunately, in the last 3 decades, we see that in a forest department, in the name of bioshield plantation, in the name of shelter belts, we have planted right on top of the dunes. And today we see the brunt that's happening in Odisha, where there is mass erosion. You can see the entire huge casuarina trees that are falling off. Okay, that's again, casuarina is not a native species; it's brought from outside. It's always good to go with the plantation that you find in the hind dune area. Local indigenous plantation that can be in the hind dune area. And then we have the mud flats, and the definition given for mud flats in the notification is biologically active. Okay, there is not a single place in the world where mud flats are not biologically active. Okay, and this is the area where birds, especially the shore birds, come to feed. They dig upon, and then they drop their droppings. Okay, these droppings, the bird droppings, and they are rich nitrogen. If we have good productivity, good plankton biomass, good fisheries, it's purely because of shorebirds. The droppings, because they come in huge numbers. When they migrate, they come in huge numbers, and the amount of nitrogen that is stayed inside, you all know that nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, these are basic fertilizers for any plants to grow, and it is naturally available if these mud flats are not disturbed and destroyed. And of course, we have the archaeological and heritage sites. So this is the significance. It acts as a bioshield. It's very important because the community is involved in the in taking goods and services from them. I'll come to this slide later. So this is I'm just capturing how 34,000 square kilometers have been mapped, and this is all the mapping. This entire ESA is embedded in the CRZ maps of the respective states, because states, there are state coastal zone management authorities which prepare these maps. They take the maps from us. They also work with sometimes, and then they prepare a coastal zone management plan. So if you have a state's coastal zone management plan, all these ecology sensitive areas are already embedded in them. And I mean, when we work preparing these maps, it was not just NCSM alone. There are a lot of agencies like the IISc Bangalore, Archaeological Survey of India, Space Application Center. So we wanted to completely take the best of information to make sure that when implementation happens, the data is fine. And this is just quickly about the, I'll just tell you how the maps are drawn. Now this is a map. On the left on Gujarat, on the right it is Odisha. And you can see all the legends clearly mentioning each ESA, 1 to 11, okay? But this, because of the sensitivity, this data, which is prepared on the scale of 1:4,000, will be available only with the state. They are the custodians. So they are the ones who have it. Whereas, this is from Tamil Nadu. This is the CZMP maps. Every state in the State Coastal Zone Management Authority has to publicly show the map prepared in the Coastal Zone Management Plan available in their website. If they don't have, then it's a public issue. And this doesn't happen immediately. The maps are prepared, then it is put on the website for 45 days, then there's a public consultation where the community is all called up, and then only the approval takes place, and then the final maps are published. So this is 2011 based CZMP maps prepared for the state of Tamil Nadu, and you can see a difference. Now ESA 1 will show only green areas, whereas here the entire ESA part by part, fragment by fragment is explained where things are present. So this is found in the resolution of 1:10,000 scale that is available on the website, and it's free for all. Anybody can download and have for research or any other use. And I will tell you the importance of maps in terms of management. Okay, this is a small island, very climate effect has gone to such a level that we have a big problem in this island. And this is a Sagar Island found in the Sundarbans, and the name Sundarbans come from the tree called Sundari. And unfortunately, their population is dwindled so much now because of the less flow of fresh water. The population has gone to such a level that we have standing crops only 20 to 30% of the whole 100% considered. Whereas the same Sundari plant, Heritiera forms, is a scientific name. It is found to dwell. It is found to be best quality and best quantity in the forests of Bhitarkanika and Odisha, where Vijay can agree with me, into the forest where the saltwater crocodiles, which is showed, live. So the maps gives you an idea of exactly what kind of vegetation is found, or any other thing. If you want to plot them, even a layman, if I do a PCRA or a PRA exercise with the local community, I ask him to draw a map. He will exactly draw, and once we have this map with us, when you compare and you go and see the kind of traditional knowledge available with the community, they are so very precise. In fact, they're up to species level. The map cannot tell what species it is, but the community can exactly tell you what species it is. So this is just an example of the importance of maps. And this is the example of how maps are drawn this is for the horseshoe crab. And then we give the state, this was prepared for the state under the IZMP Integrated Coastal Management Plan for West Bengal, where we prepared the DPR for them. And in that, we prepared the plan for them, sorry. In the plan, we mentioned so that this will be easy for any manager or administrator to have a look at the infographic and then take a decision. You don't have to read in 1,000-page documents to kind of bring out to say that, okay, one building can be built there. That is the kind of, importance maps gain when they are being prepared. And of course, this is salt marshes in West Bengal. And as I told you, all these important blue carbon assets, and now coming to the goods and services, right? And they have enormous goods and services. This is based on the TEEP classification, the Millennium classification, where you divide the entire services of different ecosystems, the cultural, regulatory, provisioning, and supporting services. And you see, this is the first one is the coral, what kind of services it provides. The second is the seagrass. Want of time, I'm just slowly moving away from that. Then the mangroves and salt marsh. So every ecosystem has got its own function, and the community totally depends on it. Sundarbans, honey collection is a very important thing. Okay, and sometimes there are fuel wood is taken. So these are very important livelihood activities. Finally, just coming to the opportunities available, especially when we start to restore ecosystems. One, when we restore ecosystem is coastal protection, and second, we can see that the ecosystem services that provide is sustained. It is sustained in such a way that if it's responsible harvesting happens, then you see that the sustained services provided, and when public healthy should have come in front, healthy ecosystems give sustained ecosystem services, gives carbon sequestration, enhances fisheries, because the entire coastal production of fisheries, you know that you get the maximum fish yield only in the coastal areas, not beyond that. All comes from mangrove ecosystems, seagrass ecosystems, salt marsh ecosystems, and other ecosystems. And then we have enhanced biodiversity, and then we also conserve an ecosystem. We conserve a flagship species, as in the case of dugong for West Bengal, or the whale shark in Gujarat, and keystone species like mangrove and also many others. And of course, without community's participation, nothing can get forward. So with that, I end my talk, and I thank you for your patient listening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Deepak. Very informative talk. The question definitely will come up from the audience, and I'll just preempt it on enforcement of all these things, CRZ, ESA, etc. I was commanding a Coast Guard ship long back in '91. We used to do patrols of Gairmata and Wheeler Island for olive ridley turtles. Whilst we were I thought we were doing a great job preventing fishermen putting their nets, etc. What we found on the beach was that dogs were attacking these the turtles. Human beings were putting them turtle as they call it, and scooping out all the meat. And it was a pretty sad situation. I hope things have improved, and I'm sure you will be able to shed light on that. As regards availability of maps, I think it's not only for conservation, larger for using a blue economy model rather than a brown economy model. We need to have this marine spatial planning, which is mandated, as I said it in my opening talk, and mandated by SDG 14. And to permit this, you need to have this data, entire data that you were talking about, CRZ data, plus issues like winds, currents, what is the nature of bottom, what are the depth profile. Every information, layered information, to my mind, should be available. I had gone to the Prime Minister. I'd shown him the entire plan. I showed him the coastline. I purposely took away the coastline and started from land and took it to the EEZ. So I said, this is your economic map of India. It's not the map which we are used to. And I said that if you want to do this, you have to have a proper marine spatial plan. So where an investor or any stakeholder on a press of a button should be able to figure out what are the, if he wants to set up an offshore wind farm, for instance, what is the distance that, when you have a wind profile of the entire area, you know exactly whether it's profitable to set it up there. If it is profitable, what are the depths that he'll have to set up? What are the kind of investments he'll have to make to have an offshore farm and some things like that. Anyway, we have up to 1300, but since we started late, I think we'll go up to 1310. And all this has been possible only because of my great time management. So I'll throw the house open to questions. The ground rules are very clear. Please keep your questions short and name the person that you are addressing this question to. Yeah, go ahead. You have always got the right of way. What I'll do is, if you permit, I'll take about 3-4 questions and club them together, and so that the answers come there. If yours is a question.
Actually, it's more than a question. It's actually an observation. Actually, it is more about Mr. Avinash and Ms. Devalina. INCOIS, Indian National Center for Ocean Information Systems, gives advisories, has been giving advisory about potential fishing zones, and we have app. It can be downloaded, and we are reaching daily lakhs of fishermen using that one. And we also give advisory about weather, waves, currents, winds and all actually, and also on coral reefs. And our National Center for Coastal Research, they give advisories on pollution and oil spills and all. And we also have a system with ISRO. We have developed a technology for contacting or passing on information to fishermen in case of cyclones or any other natural hazards and all. And NIOT, of course, we have signed MOUs with the Odisha government, Kerala government, and Andhra Pradesh for giving soft and hard solutions for the coastal erosion and all. And we also have atlases for all these things. These are available in the public domain. Then why are we talking about silos? Okay, these are available in the public domain, and I don't see the mention of these things in your presentation as well. That means there is some serious communication gap. How do you address this one?
So quick answer to that is we do work with INCOIS, and we also won a ISRO grant to develop what we have developed here. The truth be told, the way the communication goes from INCOIS is very technical. The way the fisherman interprets it, we had to break it down, and it is not the the work of the government to do there. And all different communities in India, they have different ways of perceiving this information. We had to develop, believe me, in Maharashtra, we have 2 types of languages of that map. And the way they, and when you're looking at an app, you're looking at the app in the middle of the sea, you're in a rocking boat. We had to understand the sensitivity of the color of the app as well. So all of this can only happen if you're interacting with them, if you're going to the boat, if you're understanding where they're seeing it, what they're perceiving it. So information alone is not the means to an end. The way you're delivering the information, how you're laying it in the map, how you're basically tweaking it to suit their own beliefs is something. Second thing is that as I said, I have mail chains going with INCOIS for a long time now, and the second thing is the need for training. We actually had to go to fisheries department. We still go to fisheries department. Every village we go, we give them at least a half a day training. We have to revisit them in a matter of a week or so to understand that they're kind of being able to use it, being able to apply it. So entire community involvement needs a lot of training, a lot of hand holding. And then we have these training videos going on YouTube. They are very, very savvy on social media. So how you can basically do this cycle where they kind of come back to you and give a feedback. Third being is that, of course, we are, standing on the shoulders of giants here, and ISRO has all this information out there. But again, information dissemination is something that we believe, and as I said, government won't do all this bridge gapping. It's something for us, for the industry, for the startups to really take it forward.
If I can add to what Devalina has said, I'll come to 2 aspects. First and foremost is about the technicality. The coastal atlas that we have is at a 1 degree resolution that we say, which is around 110 kilometers. Now, understanding the risk, hazard, and vulnerability at a subnational level and at a district level and at a block level and further below at a village level is something different. Number one, that is something which is missing. Hopefully, if the private, the public, and the communities can come together and revamp this rather than we developing one more atlas or kind of getting this information coupled, that will be of essence and timely. Second thing is the climate disinformation. Every one of us in our talk have been talking about fishermen communities. One of my on-ground experiences of visiting few fishermen community in Maharashtra was that they are losing almost 35% of their livelihoods only because of advanced climate information. There would be advisory, they would be banned from going, shipping into the oceans, right? So this is where the gap comes in, and this is where the distrust comes in between the communities and the advisories. Off the track, off the record, we still don't believe that whatever advisories are coming are going to be of use. We still, even in sitting down in 2023, and that's where that trust has to be kind of bridged. The third thing is cascading impact. Uh, we kind of discussed about the nature-based solutions, but these nature-based solutions need to be coupled with the coupled impact. Whenever a cyclone comes, we always talk about cyclones, but we don't talk about the coastal flooding that is going to happen after the landfall of that cyclone, and that's going to stay in for some time, and that's where your relief, rehabilitation, reconstruction is going to be affected for at least a fortnight. That's where, because in 1999, I witnessed the Odisha cyclone, the super cyclone. There, we never, even in Bhubaneswar, we never had kind of electricity been restored for 3 months. But funny happened in 2019, we could restore it within 3 days at max. As a country, we have been able to save lives, but saving livelihoods and economies is where we need to gear up. If we are really looking to be that superpower, and in the morning, as you said, something where we should become the number one.
Last but not the least, sir, so, okay, sorry. So just one point which I forgot is that we started working in this sectors in 2014. And to be honest, we were the first initial users of this GIS data using coastal community, and there are a bunch of other startups as well. Back then, 2014, 2015, we did not have access to ISRO data in a way we can use it download from a web server. I need it from my app. I cannot have it sitting on a server where I can only access once a month. So this availability of data was a big challenge. And now you'll be hearing this department for ISRO called InSpace, which has now created this web servers, which startups can access. It's still being built. So the system will develop in time, and hopefully we can access ISRO data as and when real time. And that will, of course, help me build solutions on the top of it.
All of you have been talking about this coastal communities. Just correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand the people who go to sea on fishing boats are people from Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and Nepal, and Bangladesh. Nobody from the coastal community actually goes to sea except the Tandel or whatever, the main guy. Is that true?
Yes, sir. So the workers that you see typically comes from Northeast Asia, Northeast India, the Bihar, UPs. The owner of the boat typically stays inland. The Tandil will be somebody from the community so that he can report to the owner. So yeah, so the migrants, it's a bit of a migrant issue as well. A lot of abuse has happened on fishing boats as well. So yeah, that's different topic.
Called one of our seminars, we had called the actual fishing guys, and they actually put a lot of truths in front of us.
Yeah.
Some of them are very rich. They sit back, and most of the hard work is done by this kind of migrant labor. So when we talk of coastal communities, we are actually looking at people who are coming from.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is hard talk, so I'm just giving you exactly what I feel. So now, can we start from the lady there? Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Ridhima Kaul, and I'm with the NMF as a lawyer in the PML cluster. Ma'am, this question is for you. My particular concern is for women seafarers. We do not have in our traditional fishing communities have women go up in the sea and fish. So my concerns are now with the evolution that is happening, and women are going and men are staying home, and they are the one who are then selling the fish. What are the changes that are happening, and concerns relating to women going at sea? How are they being addressed?
We'll take a question from the gentleman here. Yeah, then you, and then please don't make a long statement. Just want a question. Okay, so you and then the gentleman in the white blazer.
Uh, Good afternoon, sir. I am Shreyash Patel, pursuing political science honors from Delhi University. As Mr. Deepak sir has mentioned that we have came across a mapping management solution. So we have seen last couple of months that in the Kerala there is eco-sensitive zone conflict that also gone at par with Supreme Court. So I just want to know that how innovatively we can use this solution at the Kerala government. Thank you.
My question is goes to Avinash and Devalina ma'am and Deepak Samuel sir. Sir, we have talked about coastal communities also, and we have something like a coastal urbanization. We have coastal tourism, and if we take the case of Goa, then marine biodiversity loss is taking place over there due to the food habits and the choices served to the tourist and the coastal communities and the urban people living over there. So basically, some marine life like sardine, tuna are at the verge of, or they are under the vulnerable categories. So if you talk about marine biodiversity loss, so what we are doing in that case?
We'll start with you, and then Devlina, and then Avinash.
Check. Uh, First, I will answer the question regarding women. Of course, no seafarers, but interestingly, in Gulf of Mannar and Tamil Nadu, for more than 3 centuries, we have women collecting seaweeds, and it's still being practiced. So that is identified as a profession. So they collect. That's just information, okay? And I mean, it's been thriving. There's only a conflict now, mainly because the Gulf of Mannar has got 21 islands, 2 submerged, 19 alive, and the women go very close to the core area, and core area is a no takeover zone. So that's the first information I want to share. And secondly, regarding the ESZ and Kerala coast, now Kerala is a very interesting state because you don't have a coast at all. More than 50% is only artificial coast. It's erosion everywhere, and it's only hard structures. It is just boulders, it is just tetrapods put everywhere, because it has eroded in such a a big way that there's hardly any coast right now with them. But when we talk about ESZ per se, Kerala, interestingly, the communities are very closely associated with the protected areas. They live exactly on the periphery. And now when the ESZ and Kerala government, the problem is that some of the protected areas, they have given Periyar, for example, they have a good defined ESZ for 1 kilometer. But there are others which were recently come up and, say 10 years back, and we don't have a definite boundary. And now when the boundary comes, as in fact, we are now, NCCM is now preparing in science evidence-based ESZ for Pulicat, Tamil Nadu side. Andhra's already demarcated more than 5 years back for 2 kilometers. And they don't have a scientific base per se, but then NGT has now asked us to tell us how they have done it and why Tamil Nadu has not done it. So, and in the Tamil Nadu side, unfortunately, if we mark even 1 kilometer within the from the protected area, there are 42 villages that are coming inside. So now the village is a threat, and a part of the area planned for SEZ, Special Economic Zone, that touches on the periphery. So it is a big conflict. We don't have solutions per se, but they're working on it. One of the team is working on it. Just to give one example in term of in case of Pulicat. So once that comes, if the NGT says, okay, this is the method we can go along, probably that can be replicated in other places. And thirdly, regarding the professor here, regarding the marine biodiversity, interestingly, animal behavior is unbelievably smarter. And in terms of climate change, you can sardine fisheries now migratory. Now, what Kerala sardine stocks were there, now they are on Tamil Nadu side. And you won't believe, from Thoothukudi, from Nagapattinam, there are thousands and thousands of tons of sardine being taken by road to Kerala. And it goes to high areas like, in Punnalur, Ariyangavu, Patnathitta, all of the mountain. But, and interestingly, we also see that many states have these fishing ban seasons, 45 days fishing ban. Unfortunately, they never match with breeding season of fishes. Because you cannot just take a blanket time and say 45 days is the time for fish breeding. If sardines breed in December, there will be pomfrets breeding on January. And there will be, kingfish and spearfishes that breed on May. So we do not have again, science-based concept, but again, it's a very tough question to answer. In terms of biodiversity loss, it's a kind of fishing gears that we use. It was 1960s that we introduced Norwegian trawls. And from that time, there has been a lot of destruction from turtle entanglement, because unfortunately, only female turtles come to the shore. The males are caught right on the, coming to when they come for their love dance, they are caught unfortunately there in the net, and then they are, allowed to drown. They are aquatic, but the reptiles, they have to come on top to breathe atmospheric air, and they are entangled in the dive. So it's not a win-win situation per se now, but then efforts are being taken by the government, and that's why these protected areas have been, asked to be well maintained and so on. Hope I've answered a bit of a very big question that you've asked.
So I will make a small comment on the women's seafarer thing. Maybe a bit of feministic topic. I will try to answer in a politically correct way. It's a possible thing. Many developed countries, women are going to sea in fishing boats. But in India, there may be some logistical difficulties. For example, I've been on fishing boats. When you go 4 days or 7 days, you don't have a toilet in boat, or it's a hard manual labor. I mean, you can argue anybody can do it. But these logistical difficulties are there, which is probably 1 or 2 reasons why, we don't have women seafarers, but in future, it's always possible.
On a rather bittersweet note, I'll just tell you, when I was, I'd gone to Cambodia and I sailed out of Sihanoukville, there were only women in fishing boats. So I asked the pilot who was taking us out, why is this the case? He said, because all men got killed by the Khmer Rouge, all men of a particular age. So those are women who do all the fishing. But this has got nothing to do with this question. I just thought I'll just tell you.
All right. So to answer your question, I would say even till we reach a day where women can go out in fishing boats, I think we have enough and more in the fishing community for the women to do. Seaweed example has been given, and as we have seen in other communities, we work with seaweed communities in Maharashtra and Gujarat. A lot of women participation. Sometimes you have to go into the sea to, put the raft or put the long rope. That can be done by the male member of the family. But even tying the raft, tying the seat is completely done by women. I don't know if I have shown pictures of that. But apart from that, as I was said, I don't know if I spoke too fast, 75% of our fisheries supply chain is handled by women. From collecting, selling, gutting, cleaning, packaging, drying, is completely women driven. The reason you don't see that because they are not mapped. But if you really look at the statistics, deep in statistics in the fishing community of India, and in the inland fishing, women actually fish. So it's a lot of women participation there. The reason that they need to be, the numbers needs to show them it's not really documented or everywhere. But just to address what you said, and you are right in saying that the climate crisis affects gender differently, affects women more. And I have a friend of mine who does this kind of gender related, and she could have spoken, details about it. But yeah, the impact of climate crisis on gender is different for a male and a female member of the family. And so you have different lenses of analyzing that. I don't know if I answer your question, but there are definitely roles of women in the fishing community. Now, coming to your question, sir, as Dr. Samuel said, is a broad question. But see, the biodiversity bit, as I said, sustainability, and there are the two things that you have to keep in mind to really make sure that you are kind of keeping track of the biodiversity of any place. One is starts at the source, one is the trading platform, and one is who is consuming it. And we're talking about, food, right? So in case of, as Dr. Samuel said, for what kind of net you're using to catch the fish, what kind of hook you're using to catch the fish, when you're catching the fish, what fish you're catching, is it a juvenile fish, is it a grown fish? All of those details are not available to us because fishermen do not give those details. We are fighting tooth and nail to get that information. You need data information, you need traceability to be able to get that. And how can you incentivize a fisherman to provide that to you if they can get a better value for their price? It's not difficult to get. Invest, they do give information. They get an incentive for giving the information. We need to have those policy frameworks where we say a fisherman won't think that, I'll be penalized if I give the information, right? So that's the source. Then the entire, who is buying the fish? A fisherman won't catch, fish that is not, somebody's on demanding. That's so very important to, drive the responsible consumption across the supply chain. The other bit of a biodiversity, as Sir said, it's completely changing. It changes. If you really keep track of the data, as I was saying, it changes. And of course, climate change and all, of course, animals adapt and, our species adapt to the change. So they're also changing. It's not that all of them are going for loss. They have actually migrated somewhere else. They've migrated to deeper oceans. So we don't have data for that as well. But we are not doing enough. But what I like in Kerala and in Tamil Nadu, which I don't see in Maharashtra, is that when you go to a Kerala coast or a Tamil Nadu coast, you see that in every fish, the docks, there are this big boards that says that do not catch this fish at this time of the year. Maybe that's not scientifically valid, but at least it will prevent some juvenile fish to be caught. Or do not catch this fish less than this size, making it very granular level so the fisherman can understand. Those are these big boards that kind of, and because if you catch, they are penalized. So there are measures. We are not doing enough, and we do not have enough data as well.
Ask you, when you look at the net, design of the net, if it's a larger aperture, I may not be using the right technical term, then the juvenile fish don't come in. So you have nets which automatically permit only a minimum size to be caught. So is there any thought process on this? Because we had a IPRD, Indo-Pacific Regional Dialogue, some other country people who spoke about this issue, and they said that they mandated a certain aperture, which
Yeah. I mean, just there is not only the size of the net, there's also the mesh that is a diamond and a
Yes.
triangle, and
I think every state's marine policy, especially fishing regulation policy, they have specified the mesh size, and that is one of the conservation initiatives that taken. But unfortunately, the size is not sufficient. It's 5 mm because most of the trawl nets go for catching shrimps. That has got the international export value. But now US and the European markets putting a very strict norm that these are not destructive nets. Your commodities will not be sold in the market. So now the focus come to aquaculture, all coastal race stuff like that. But interestingly, as you said, sir, for the turtles, in fact, there is an institution called SIFNet based in Kochi, which focuses only on developing scientifically gears that can minimize unwanted catch, what we call as trash or bycatch. And they tried with a device called as TED, Turtle Excluded Device. And unfortunately, it was not taken well because along with the turtle that gets excluded, there are also other big fishes that got excluded, and that did affect the livelihood. Just for information. Yeah.
So I think I'll again come back to not what has been discussed. One of the things is that whatever numbers we just spoke about, our analysis suggests that 0.6 degree rise, when we are talking of the world limiting its temperature rise to 1.52 degrees, 75% of Indian districts are extreme event hotspots, and more importantly, 40% of them are showcasing swapping trend at a 0.6 degree rise in last like 100 years. Number one. So basically, climate risk and climate readiness do not go hand in hand. So we need to delineate them. We need to understand that what has to be done best. And in order to do that, what Devalina has just highlighted about mapping. So we need to map, plan, and adapt. So first and foremost is understanding this hyper granular nuts and bolts. And that's where this needs to be integrated. And in order to do that, coming back to your question, Admiral, that how do the swapping trend, then shall we just stop doing risk assessments? No, we should do more and even at a more granular level, so that we answer some of these questions of if a fisherman community, it's not just about fisherman communities, you also have agroforestry communities staying, because coasts are our lifeline. They just don't generate jobs, but they address the trinity of jobs, growth, and sustainability. And in order to address those trinities, we need to map at a hyper granular level. And in order to do that, I don't think that we don't have the technologies. We do have. We are talking of Industry 4.0. We are talking of hypergranular geospatial modeling. And all of these are available. And all of these are available within the domain of public data. So I would urge I can see a lot of you who are practicing public policy folks or environment and sustainability folks. There are enough data. Please go out there and try to play with those data. You will find inside inferences that can be clubbed into public policies and that can bring public policy from margin to mainstream, I would say.
Can we have the next set of questions? And from your previous boss, just a request that some guys in uniform also could ask one question. Whilst they're collecting their minds, I just wanted to ask Doctor, what is the what are the adverse effect of aquaculture, like prawn aquaculture? There's a lot of land that is getting absolutely wasted after a while. And
Yes. Basically, if you see historically, aquaculture, we require soil that is silty in nature so that there's no water percolation. And unfortunately, these are areas where mangroves and salt marsh grow. So if you want to undertake an aquaculture activity, if you see historically, you can see all these have been, mangroves have been cleared, salt marsh has been cleared. And because of the disease problem that happened, unfortunately, now we were focused on Penis monodon, one particular species called tiger shrimp that had an international market. But last decade, we saw severe disease problems, and then we had lost a lot of crops. So then in 2009, the fisheries department allowed to introduce an exotic species, and that is now being used for culture. And this is supposed to be disease resilient. But if you see in the wild, if you put your net and catch some shrimps, they are also in the wild. You can see that they are almost Penis monodon one number, 1:1 ratio. So that's the kind of spread they have, and slowly they are taking over the system. And regarding the area, aquaculture, now all abandoning is happening because of the market price that has come down badly. And unfortunately, there are no good healthy practices. Now, if I have a disease in my pond, I release the water outside without letting my neighbor know, and the same water is being used, and also use of antibiotics. So this is again a second problem that we have.
Just to add to that, the other thing about aquaculture is the feed that goes into aquaculture comes from juvenile catches. So a lot of juvenile that the trawlers catch is gone. It goes into aquaculture, carries forward the disease, and then again infects the ponds. That's one thing. Second thing, interestingly, what we are seeing now is that with the entire seawater level rising, the salinity of the aquaculture ponds are growing more than what it can support. So now there is a talk about can we convert that into the seaweed farms, because seaweed suits the salinity. But yeah, I mean, more or less, I think aquaculture is done in the West in a more controlled fashion where they are not harmful. But in our case, we never really gave too much of thought into saying which area we will start cultivating.
Yep, Srivastav.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Commandant Srivastav from Coast Guard. I'm a researcher at NMF. I just wanted to know, is there any feasibility for you to incorporate the no fishing zones as well as the border lines with the neighboring states in your app? And especially when people, fishermen are crossing their boats or entering in that zone, so is there any system of alarming them? Audiovisual alarm or something in that?
Yeah, so we do have the no fishing zones, the marine protected areas marked in the app. When it comes to connectivity through our app, we are trying few pilots because it has to be a satellite-based connection. So we have tried. We had a project going with ISRO. So a couple of pilots there is happening. So in case we and there is also a data push. It's not just voice, right? So it's just a data push where we can say that what is going ahead, because we are maps. So pilots are going on. If it comes through, then we should be able to give them the alert in real time.
Thank you.
Which one? Who you raised your hand? Yes. After this. Yeah, go ahead. At least somebody respected my old appointment.
Good afternoon, sir. Commander Manjeet Tiwari. So in the morning session, we had that the underwater deployment of the vehicles in progress to 6 kilometers, up to 6 kilometers, will be used in dire sequences also. Then we have commercially available technical solutions for the fishermen community. We have earmarked ecologically sensitive zones also, and then a lot of data analytics is at place. Sooner or later, sir, will there be a plan either by the government or the private sector for underwater tourism? And then thereafter, if the underwater tourism is to take place, are we going to consider the imbalance which exists as of now? And then what policies would be placed in future for that effect, sir?
If I can take the question, the UN has brought in something called as OECMs. I'm not able to get the expansion of it very clearly. In that, like many countries have identified shipwrecks and also statues being archaeological sites that have been identified, and even putting underwater gardens. Lakshadweep, for example, it's a good example for underwater reef gardens, where the Lakshadweep government itself is now encouraging it's a high-end tourism. It's a very high-end tourism, and they have a unit called as the Sport. Again, I'm not able to get the expansion correctly. If you can Google, find out. This is the institution that's a part of Lakshadweep administration tourism that takes care. So already there are some progress, like the coral gardening sites in Lakshadweep, and also shipwreck sites in Andaman. Of course, shipwrecks in Andaman is pretty sensitive. Not all can go. So two of my colleagues have got their degrees from PhD. One worked on two shipwreck sites. He compared the biodiversity growing on the shipwrecks. So it is a booming business. And yes, in the course of time, through the OECMs, couple of sites like Dwarka in Gujarat and Pubuhar in Tamil Nadu are also potential sites that have been considered now, potential sites for underwater tourism.
Thank you. I'm Vice Admiral Chauhan, DG NMF. I have two questions, and I also want to take a stab at the answer the question that was just asked. Maybe I'll do that first. You know, the UNICEF has a program for underwater cultural heritage. The National Maritime Foundation has held 2 seminars with the UNICEF. The criteria for UNICEF for declaring an object to be a heritage object is that it should be 100 years old. I told the UNICEF that everything and mostly everybody in India is about 100 years old. So we have no dearth of meeting that criteria. Underwater tourism is an established activity in many parts of Europe. Underwater tourism for coral gardens was part and parcel of a major seminar at the NMF, which the NMF organized from Seychelles. And Seychelles is the pioneer in this area, from which Lakshadweep is now hoping to take from whose book Lakshadweep is hoping to take a leaf. So that much is happening, and I dare say the more that we attend each other's interactions and seminars, the better will be the dissemination of information. My question is really regarding overfishing. And now overfishing is the opposite end of whatever we've been speaking about. Because of climate, amongst other factors, we all know that the Indian mackerel, the Indian sardine are no longer being caught. People go out all day in fishing vessels, come back with 2 fish, literally 2 fish, and are unable to sustain that. On the other hand, we have the whole issue of subsidies and government offering subsidies in order, because government's concept of blue economy, because it prioritizes the word economy over the word blue. Consequently, we have a situation where government itself is paying subsidies not to a fisherman, not to the individual fisherman to get his boat, but to companies that are now encouraged to undertake more fishing. The more fishing they undertake, the better will be our exports, presuming the catch is appropriate. And therefore, the companies pass on some of these incentives to the fishermen who are in their employ, and that contributes even further to the problem of overfishing. So can you imagine or can you suggest a bottom-up approach that might integrate the requirement for the fishermen to earn with the requirement for them to be fish for them to fish. I'll just end with this, that, there is that famous prisoner's dilemma, that if you were told that the number of fish in the area that you're going to fish is now much lower than it was earlier, would you fish more or would you fish less? And the answer is uniformly that you will fish more. And if you fish more in an area where there are less numbers of fish, then the overfishing is going to be greatly complicated, exacerbated. So while there are commendable activities going on at grassroots level, there is no commendable integration between organizations such as ours, organizations such as yours, and the government, which needs to be very largely present in these interactions. And so yesterday's challenge was it still remains correct that one of the challenges in all of this is how should we get the government to listen? Maybe some thoughts?
Whilst you're looking at her, but are you, I ask anybody from the panel?
Yes, of course, ask all.
Yeah, because she's handling the data aspects.
Yeah, anybody. No, I was
So we
actually
could start from your direction.
I was actually looking at Mahanti.
Okay, so we could start from left to right. So please, and thereafter I haven't forgotten you, so you're the last person who.
Slowly there's a paradigm shift. Like when we say 10 years back, this is regarding the kind of associations and kind of interactions that we have. As you very rightly pointed out, it's very difficult to bring in national agencies for conferences, and it's a common complaint from many of them. The excuse they give us mainly because of their commitments and kind of work that is there. That is one aspect. But as of now, in the last 1 decade, me being with NCSAM or any other, we have seen we were able to even with NIOT, NCCR, though we are two different ministries, we are able to share knowledge. And for example, when we prepared the integrated coastal management plan for West Bengal, the erosion and structures that can avoid erosion was given to NCCR. So it's kind of a give and take. And also we kind of roped in a lot of NGOs who have a lot of information. And that's how we were able to, kind of come up with something like an ESA, which can be challenged by anybody and still we can defend it. And otherwise, you do some work and, it might be good science, but then if it is not fitting to the exact match that we have on the ground reality, then it's going to have a problem. But as my knowledge goes, the last, at least this 1 decade, we've seen a lot of change and a lot of people coming together. And the idea of the integrated coastal management plan by the World Bank was such that, in a state, there will be a single unit which focuses exclusively on the coast. Of course, the second phase has not come through. It was a dream. It didn't come through, but hopefully, at least in the National Coastal Mission program, we'll have something coming up.
So commenting on this overfishing, first I will talk about the sardine fish you mentioned. Sardine, the single species, Sardinella longiceps, contributes about 30 to 35% of marine capture fishery. It's the first top species. It was mostly caught in Kerala, Karnataka coast, but recently that's not the case. The reason is, one is overfishing, but the other reason is climate change. Anyway, single event you cannot attribute to climate change, but it's now caught more in northern India, especially Gujarat coast. And in Kerala, it's like the fish coming from north, the imported one, which is 1 week or 10-day old, is like per kilo 40 rupee, 50 kilo you can buy the sardine. But the one which caught in Kerala coast is like 100 rupees or 150 rupees. So now people prefer the sardines coming from all the way from Gujarat than the one which is caught in Kerala, which is fresh actually. But one reason is, the Kerala fishing is kind of cost intensive. The labor charges are very high compared to other states. Now, commenting on the incentive thing, subsidy thing, it's a problem globally everyone is facing, and government in a way anytime not going to stop that. The reason because is the fishing industry is not just a livelihood for fishermen, it's also a source of nutrition for the rest of the population. So if you see China incentives, China subsidize their fishing industry like anything. The huge vessels they subsidize and send out in high seas for fisheries.
The purpose is to bring the resource, not the cost involved. So Indian government does, and I know in a smaller way, like subsidizing their rations or the diesel fuel involved, right? So it's since in India government it's both. They have to take care of their livelihood, especially India. They have a ban period of 2 months now, reduced to 45 days, both East Coast and West Coast. So that period, their livelihood has to be supported. So without subsidy, this industry won't exist. Although it's a free resource available in sea, global common, you can go and bring it. The cost involved is too high. Without subsidy, this industry won't work. So the channel which subsidy goes is directly, it is not reaching into the actual hands because motorized sector is the one contributing more. So the subsidies probably planned in that way that the motorized industry or the well-off people in this industry, finally ends up. I mean, I don't know much about that, so yeah, that's a challenge.
Okay, so sir, I'll divide the question into again overfishing and subsidies will come later. So the overfishing or unsustainable, unregulated fishing, the entire IU, it's it's a very common term, but I would say it's important to understand, kind of dissect it, like where or what is being overfished. There is an aspect of what, because what species, where, as in where you can actually find dead zones in, if you look for overfishing, you can actually see in the map where the dead zones are. How it was overfished? Was it because there are various types of fishing methods? Was it a area of the sea where your trawlers are going? Was it an area of the sea where your persistence are going? Was it an area of the sea where your small boats are going? Small boats, maybe there are various kinds of small boats. And again, what will answer what type of fish is going and when? When is the overfishing mostly happening? Is it happening post-monsoon? Is it happening within monsoon? So we have to actually break it down. If you write there on the map, you'll see, and the dead zones around India are beyond, are well into our high seas. It is beyond the area that 90% of our boats don't go. So which boats come to those areas? Chinese boats, Chinese trawlers. So when the West tells us ban subsidies, control overfishing, it's not proportional to the country. So that's a regular debate. Okay, but then also coming back to India, the entire overfishing activity, if you look at the scale of the map of India, increased in 1970 when arbitrary distribution of boats happened. Government, gave boat loans. People could walk up to the banks and get a loan for a boat, and that's where you see a proliferation of boats coming up. And then, of course, my family is divided, and everybody had a boat, and every year they're renewing boats. That's how actually the overfishing started. The second thing is that now what has happened is that, and now coming to the subsidies bit, I have gone across, I mean, not Odisha and Bengal that much because they're not much into the marine fishing per se, not big activity. But if you go to all the coastal villages, you talk to the fisheries department, talk to the fishermen, subsidies in India are highly skewed. They do not reach to the pocket of the fishermen, as you said. And the subsidy that drives this kind of activity is fuel subsidy, diesel subsidy. Maharashtra, except for Kerala, then they still receive it, but entire Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, a bit good part, and then up from Andhra, they receive subsidy after 2 years, 3 years. So out of pocket spend is anyway there. So I don't believe that's a big boost to the industry for the fishing activity. So how can you control it? I would say if you can, you'll typically find this announcements made that persistent boats is banned for this month to this month. There is no explanation given to the fishermen. The entire trust barrier, when you break this trust barrier between the government and the community, they will also not declare your catch to you. So I believe if it can be methodically planned and it can be explained to them, a lot of education awareness needs to happen, saying that we are working for your good. We are not allowing to go to fish for you to go to fish, so that we are trying to preserve your sources. So this entire dialogue breach is not there. They have absolutely no trust on government functions. So to be able to control the community to use the resources rightfully, I think we need to have a top down and a bottom up and a dialogue between the two parties, so that each understand each other and then can kind of use the mechanisms properly.
I think much is covered, but what I will try to decipher what's been asked by you, Vice Admiral, is that how do we get the policymaker think and do? More importantly, they're thinking, they're not doing at some cases, and some cases they're doing, they're not thinking. That's where our role becomes very important. In order to bridge that role and come up, we need to understand what is the language of the problem. For a policymaker, the language of the problem is different. For us, the who are trying to come up with uh, good, insightful maps and inferences, for us, the language of the problem is different. I'll cite an example. In Bihar, if you go, Jalvayu Parivartan, if you ask them, or climate change so-called, they will not understand what is that. But they will understand disaster risk reduction, Apada Pravandan. It's because of only one thing. They have got a CM who is from civil engineering background and understands dams management very better, engineering solutions very better. That's the political will. And in order to understand these typologies, we also overuse the terms. So that's where is a problem. If we talk of coastal resilience, then coastal resilience in itself has been misused, abused, and then trying to reframed or reused in n number of ways. So that language of communication has to be constant. The international diaspora talks in a different way. Second thing is about the numbers. All of these numbers that we have been talking of since morning about deep ocean to fishing communities to climate risk and hazard risk and vulnerability. All of this, what does these numbers say? These numbers are not mere numbers or maps. These numbers have a story. And that's the story of a fisherman. That's the story of a district collector. Answering back or circling back to what Admiral Singh has also asked about what is this swapping pattern. The district collector has got a SOP, which is standard, tailor-made, razor sharp to manage droughts. But at the end of the day, he has to manage floods, and then that becomes an emergency. The other thing is the impact of climate risk is looked in silos. The community of the perspective of national security, because of climate change, is looked differently. The livelihood impact is looked differently. Nature-based solutions that we have been talking of is looked differently. And we did some sort of desk review. We could find that nature-based solutions so far, it has been, I mean, Samuel can answer it better. It has taken almost 30 years of trajectory, but we don't have a proper definition of nature-based solutions. Now, if we don't have it, then how can we address that problem? The second thing is about sensitizing. In order to sensitize people, you have to be very consistent in what you are saying or what problem are you addressing to. With the policymakers, and they have got a short-term time frame. All of these conversations that we are having is actually in a 2050, 2100 scenario. We need to bring them down into short term in 5 years and 10 years. And once we have this impact mapping, because the government runs for 5 years, then at the 4 or 3.5 years, he has a election to win. And since that government has an election to win, the priorities shift. And shifting of the priorities do shift, but the emergencies like this don't shift. They're still there and they need to be addressed. So this is kind of a nexus that we have to approach and kind of address this problem.
Okay, last question, then we'll close.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Commander Kishore. So my question is, I'll just a brief I'll give about it. So we all, some way or the other, we have aligned our goals to United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, UNSDG 14, that is life underwater. But be it businesses, be it goals, everybody is now aligned to UNSDG. We have missed the balance on land. We have already explored so much that we already have a catastrophe here in the name of climate change. And the same we are waiting for it to happen in the oceans also. So, you know, we've been talking about aiding fishermen getting fish through apps. But then what is the point of giving fishermen a fish if we are not looking at solutions wherein the entire fishing village will be inundated in certain years with the mean sea level? Or the coast getting eroded because of the infrastructure. Now, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, it is supposed to be sustainable. So, you know, right now we are only aiding depletion rather than actually having any plan of replenishing the environment. So my question is it correct ethically to allow our economic benefits outweigh the lives on grounds? Thank you, sir.
Philosopher here? Yeah. Somebody, yeah, please.
So this earlier, sir also mentioned the blue and the economy part. We are focusing more on the economy. This, is, sir said this only can be answered philosophically. Is it ethically correct? We all know the answer. But, finding the balance is important. So you see, we have mainly three things. And roughly we can say one is the development aspect or the economy aspect. And the development is now more or less synonymous with the infrastructure projects. Then you have the livelihood of people involved. Then you have the ecosystem, the plants and animals. So it's kind of a sandwiching, or how to say, either two rocks and middle something soft, where roles are interchanging. When you bring it together, something is going to get damaged. But where you find the middle ground? Morning we were listening interestingly to the Deep Ocean Mission of India, but essentially it's going and harvesting the natural resource. Is it possible sustainably? But our sustainable studies comes later. First we go harvest, then the sustainable study comes. Overfishing. First we go fish, we finish fish, then we talk about overfishing. Yeah. So, but then governments face dilemma like mentioned 5-year term. Government has to take care of people's livelihood, their food on plate. So we need solutions for that also, and that can happen only when we go after natural resources. So we cannot avoid that part completely, be it ethically wrong or right. So it's always a challenge finding a middle ground, where we give importance, whether we give importance to the ecosystem or to the livelihood of people involved, or the actual development which we, our convenience, our comfort, our life standard, which we have to improve in par with developed nations. So where we prioritize. And finding the middle ground is the challenge here.
Yeah, I can quickly answer. So there are two aspects of it. One is, of course, there is something more than the livelihoods are looking for alternative the fishing families are looking for alternative livelihoods. Some state data, don't quote me, but I think almost 45% of the new generations are moving away from fishing. So that has already happened, is already happening. But you cannot really go and tell them not to fish, because there is a big aspect of just transition. You cannot stop mines, even though they are, this fossil fuel industry, because the loads of livelihood depend on it, right? So how do you do this just transition where you give them alternative livelihoods, which is close to their, village, which is close to their community? A person from the fishing family will not have to shift to, metro to find a job. And those where your alternative livelihood mechanism, like a seaweed, like a crab fishing, like a, oyster farming, all those will come into picture. Agroforest will come into picture. So the alternative livelihood mechanism needs to be locally developed. It cannot be a national dialogue. Somebody sitting in Delhi would not have any idea what kind of alternative livelihoods can be given to a Ratnagiri community or can be given to a community in Kerala. All those are locally developed solutions. You might have an NDC, but you will have locally developed choices. So that needs to be a ground up thing, right? And the other thing I'm forgetting, sorry. Anyway, but yeah, maybe I need food, but yeah, so it's a big, it's not easy, but I think you need a lot of participation. And again, last point, since we are all here, um, what I realized during my work with the community is that government, the centralization, of course, there's a need for decentralization for these kinds of deliberation, but government can only go up to certain way. Then it comes to the owners of industrialists or startups or the industry to take ownership. But we also need to then work with NGOs because they understand livelihood better. So one person or one kind of categorization of companies cannot do it. You need to have these three tiers who can work in tandem, and all this duplication effort then can be reduced.
Okay, thank you. Now it's time for lunch. We overshot again because of my poor time management this time. And may I just request all of you to give these wonderful panelists a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, sir, for facilitating this session and for your insightful remarks. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of Professional Session 2 of the Vice Admiral K.K. Nayyar Fellowship Conference. We will now take a break for a well-deserved lunch and we'll reassemble at 14:10 sharp. Please reassemble at 14:10 sharp for our third professional session, which will deal with the way ahead of the climate resilience. Thank you, everyone.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to please settle down? May I request the speakers of our third professional session to please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, our eminent speakers will delve into the nuances of building coastal resilience the way ahead. We are honored to have Commander Prashant Kumar Srivastav, Advisor Scientist G, Ministry of Earth Sciences, as the discussant. Joining him on stage are our very four illustrious speakers, namely Ms. Swati Ganeshan, Shakti Rice Fellow, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, Commander Kapil Narula, Honorary Adjunct Fellow of the National Maritime Foundation, Dr. Pushp Bajaj, National G20 Consultant, UNDP, Ms. Marion Velu, Counselor Sustainable Development, Regional Economic Department for India and South Asia, the Embassy of France. So without any further ado, let me hand over the proceeding to Commander Srivastav. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Divya, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, NMF, for inviting me here for this important and very topical theme being discussed nationally and globally also on how to move forward for a coastal resilience method, the way forward. I know it's a tough task for all of us to be in this session, specifically after a lunch session, which is the, I would not call the graveyard session, but the siesta session. But with the galaxy of eminent speakers, which I have along with me, I'm sure they'll keep you enthralled and engaged throughout the afternoon. So look forward to students and the fraternity from the naval side and others, researchers, to be alert to the new areas and thoughts which are being presented by the speakers here. Before I invite my speakers for the session, I would just like to set a little bit of context of what we are talking about and why coastal resilience and the way forward, what we talk about, is important. So we are all aware that India has India is very blessed with a coastline, which has beautiful natural resources, the fisheries, oil and gas, minerals, maritime heritage, something which was discussed at tourism in the last session towards the concluding part. Also, we have infrastructure, both critical and strategic along the coast, beautiful beaches, wetlands, and it's now looking at oceans for renewable energy. So these are areas which we are all familiar with. But all these areas also are under threat, not only from natural processes. We talk about natural processes which could include cyclones, hurricanes, tsunamis, coastal flooding, coastal erosion, etc., but also from anthropogenic pressures. There could be population rise, there could be infrastructure pressures for building the industries in the hinterland, and also loss of biodiversity because of other issues. Marine pollution is a growing concern for all of us, and we are aware about it. So how do we balance these pressures and threats to the beautiful coastline of India? And as the disaster risk is magnified, mostly now with the climate change coming in, we are looking at sea level rise, we are looking at the frequency and increase in the hazardous events which are affecting the coastal vulnerability of the population.
So with this being the small context which I want to give you about coastal resilience, I think I would start with my first speaker today. Swati, would you like to go ahead for the first time? Yeah. I see. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Commodore Srivastava. It's quite threatening to start the session after all of you have had a full lunch. I hope I don't put anybody to sleep. That would be my first mission today for going now. So first of all, let me thank National Maritime Foundation for having me here. It's quite wonderful to see all the familiar faces and also meet some more new people. And it is always interesting to learn and take and soak in from other people and other people who are working in this area. And I think that's the way you build the work and the dialogue in any sector. So to start.
Sorry to interrupt for a minute. I think we have 20 minutes per speaker. I forgot to put the ground rules here. So we'll give you 20 minutes for your presentation and talk. Maybe I'll try and ring a bill about at 18 minutes for you to conclude.
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
I will try my best to keep it as short as possible. So today, my remarks here are completely personal. I'm not reflecting the views of my institution or any institution thereof. So the focus I wanted to bring on was coastal resilience, specifically in context to energy infrastructure. The reason is also because I have a background in energy and climate policy. Most of my work has gone, but in the past 7 years, I've also been working in the blue economy area, working on the governance issues and or looking at SDGs specifically. So to start off, I think what I wanted to also highlight first is that when we're looking at coastal resilience and energy infrastructure, we probably will be, and you must have been discussing it since yesterday. We will probably be looking at social concerns. You will be looking at economic concerns. You would also be probably looking at overall security aspects that are very, very essential from a resilience perspective as well. And in that particular thing, it's very interesting to see is when you look at the reason I'm picking up energy infrastructure is it lies somewhere in the middle where it is very important for your own country's security. It is quite important from an economic, from a social, from, even from a development perspective. And it stands right in the middle. That's the reason we discuss energy security pretty much every day. And I thought it is a very good, vital example to see how coastal resilience affects energy infrastructure, and in hand, how energy infrastructure could also help you to look at ways to reduce resilience, reduce any kind of problems that you face coastal, whether it's natural disasters or any other. In that context, I think I wanted to start off with a very good example of an OECD modeling, wherein it states about where they have looked at the potential impacts of a flood in Paris. And what they talk about is that 30 to 55% of the direct flood damages are suffered by the infrastructure sector. It's quite, infrastructure stands right in the middle. And 35 to 85% of business losses were caused by disruption to transportation and electricity supply and not by the flood itself. So what you're seeing is, one is obviously resilience to the natural disasters that are, and also the climate impacts that we are going to see, but also how that goes beyond coast and also moves beyond. So there are direct losses and then there are indirect losses. And somehow the indirect losses are much higher as well in many ways. Along with the direct losses, and that accumulates to becoming significant economic loss. And I think we have seen it in many of the past cyclones, whether it's Amphan or any other, where the economic losses have been higher. And much of it has been in these kinds of infrastructure, which is very vital, which needs to be brought up again, because this is critical infrastructure. You cannot go without it. You can't say we will do this after 6 months later, but we have to build it now again and rebuild it again. Hence, that's very important to note, is that why we're looking at this particular aspect. The other point that I wanted to also highlight is here is that when you're looking at the impacts, many of the modeling scenarios, or even for that matter, many of the research have looked at it in terms of the distance as well from the coast. So what's closest within the 60 kilometers, and then 60 to 100 and 100 and beyond. So most of the, cyclone, when it hits, it goes up to the first 60. And then beyond that, it is not having the same impact as it had in the first 60. And then it moves, and the 100, the impact actually changes in terms of the way it is structured or how it impacts the people. And then beyond, I think most people don't even realize that they have been impacted by it. So that is also one interesting aspect to take into cognizance. The fourth part, as I was talking about, was the economic loss. Now, when we take in consideration the economic loss, we are not taking into cognizance the lead time you require to build the infrastructure again, what you lose. And obviously, over and above that, the cost to make it more resilient than before, which both are things that we need to take. I mean, you don't set up, whole distribution setups, substations and transmission lines in one day. It takes time, it takes money, and it needs to, again, address the problem that it faced before, and then ensure that it does not actually go through the same challenge again. Now, along with this, now, because we are in the climate change debate, you also have this aspect that now it needs all the infrastructure, whether it's energy or beyond, needs to be also adaptive enough to whatever it's coming in the next 20 years or 30 years. And as we all know, energy infrastructure is not something which is going to only stand for 10 years. All of the energy infrastructure we build is long-term constructs, which means they will stay beyond 50. Some of them will be beyond 60, 70 as well. And that means they need to actually lock in all the vulnerabilities that they may see right now to ensure that in the next 40, 50 years, they reduce as much as of problems that they may face. Now, if in case we also look at it from the investment perspective, so right now what we are doing is you see a lot of costs about infrastructure. A lot of people talk about, this is what we need to build infrastructure. This is the amount and investment that we need for it. But one is not taking in consideration the adaptation and the mitigation aspects of what you may need to actually pump in the investment sector. And what would be the value of building the resilience that you need now for the infrastructure you want to build, let's say, next 5 to 10 years? The value of that, building of the resilience is not being accounted for anyway. And majority of investments that we need will arise largely from the expansion of urban areas. And right now, as you see, coastal areas across the globe. So there are only two ways most populations across developing countries and developing countries specifically move, is either they're moving to urban areas, which are very much closed, enclosed, landlocked areas, let's say Delhi, or they're moving much closer to the coastal areas where much of the business is coming up. Let's say if you see all the new mechanisms that we intend to do, whether it's Sagamala or whether we talk about not just ports, we talk about energy hubs, everything is coming at the coastal areas, everything. So it's very interesting if you want to really see how energy infrastructure really is integrated into our everyday life and also into our systems. It's a very interesting exercise that has been taken over by ISRO along with Niti Aayog, where there is an energy map. If you want to go online and check it out, it lights up in a way that you've never seen. It's just, there are these pinks, red and yellow dots all across the country without leaving any point. And coastal areas are very dense, largely because we also have transportation and logistics of much of the energy infrastructure also linking to the ports and hubs. So this is very, very crucial setup that you would see. And you would see that it is all, and not just, and when something goes down in the coastal area, I'm sure somebody else at 200, 250, 300 kilometers away is also feeling the pinch. It's just that right now, nobody's connecting the dots for them. And that's, I think, where policy also needs to highlight that, if this is happening at coastal, this is as important to you as well. obviously we have discussed location, design, and management are all major issues. But I think right now it's also about the digitalization of energy systems, which is going to really help you to up the game in terms of coastal resilience, whether it's for energy or for other infrastructure. I think if we are able to align our digital systems and already digitized data and all kinds of information networks that we already have placed for climate change, coastal resilience, everything together, it provides you a much more composite idea of what needs to be done and where we need to go in terms of what kind of policy trajectory you also need to take vis-a-vis any kind of infrastructure that we want to look at. I post all of the major, cyclones that have occurred in the past couple of years. There was a report of the task force on cyclone resilient robust electricity transmission and distribution infrastructure in coastal area. And this task force was actually put together by the Ministry of Power along with Central Electricity Authority, ACEA. And they came up with very interesting, data as well. Some of it is, I'm sure, already available in public domain. One of the things that the NDMA said that 58.6% of the landmass is prone to earthquakes of moderate to very high intensity, and over 40 million hectares of its land is prone to floods and river erosion. And close to 5,700 kilometers out of the entire 7,500 that we have are prone to cyclones and tsunamis. That builds itself quite a big picture for what type of resilience you really need to build through. They go on to also talk about how, several coastal states in coastal districts from east and the west coasts are the most vulnerable to the cyclone disasters. And they highlight that east coast is the most prone to cyclones, much more than the west as well. And one thing that they actually say is that in the last 15 years, the coastal states of India have faced 23 incidences of cyclone storms, out of which 17 cyclones were of severe category, which means they have led to some kind of economic and any kind of loss of life as well. So most of the damage which seems to happen for infrastructure is largely at the, not the, at the distribution level rather than the transmission level, because the transmissions are much massive, but the distributions are much closer to the coastal states in terms of, serving different districts, smaller areas and everything. On building distribution sector setups like substations and lines itself takes significant amount of costs and time. To go on beyond that, if you see, is that so in a country which is trying to ensure a reliable energy supply, this is something that actually adds to your energy security woes over a period of time. So hence, it is very significant topic that one needs to look at. Also, if one looks at it, I mean, there is quite a lot of data on how much, every cyclone has left, distribution lines and all kinds of different transmission substations, plants in very bad condition. I think one of the most, I think the popular incidences is the 2011 Fukushima incident itself, which tells you how bad it can go for many countries. But what this particular task force was trying to do was trying to give states some kind of, checkbox items to actually ensure that they actually put together. For example, how much of what things they need to have in terms of emergency. Because one of the key things that the task force also found is that emergency services were the biggest hit because of the downing of energy infrastructure. You pretty much need energy for everything, even to run a small rundown clinic needs energy. And hence, if that is the context, then they said that, you need to really have uninterrupted electricity supply, at least to provide the emergency services that you require even during these kinds of natural disasters or any, climate change impact that you may face. And they go on to talk about every flood and everything, every cyclone that has come, whether it's Tokte or Yas, or all of them. But what they also give is very, very technical details on what you should put together, whether, like, for example, they are talking about the type of cables or low tension power links, or at sometimes putting all your links below the ground for, to ensure a further security, setting up flood protection walls, so on and so forth. And there are quite a lot of things that the particular task force report looks at. Thank you. But what we are looking at now in the next part of it is that beyond what a task force says or says not and has asked the states to do, it would be to look at risk management as a major priority area. And also we need to also look at, trying to see if private organizations who are in the energies domain also include coastal resilience and resilience of the energy infrastructure anywhere into the ESG frameworks as well. Right now, everybody is very much interested in ESG-based investing. And ESG is a very good way of trying to ensure that whatever infrastructure any person is investing into is actually within the domains of being very coastal resilient as well. This provides you a much stronger way of ensuring that whatever fixtures you do build in the next 20, 30, 40 years tend to take economic, social, and governance issues, including now a resilience factor into place as well. And I think from the cost perspective, I think it is very, very needed that globally as well and within here as well, we need to find out that exactly what kind of, how do you say, the amounts that you leave out, keep away at any point of time for your own, use and emergency purposes needs to be funded in a way that you can actually take care of all your infrastructure needs if in case you are in a very bad state. Because right now it's very difficult to address and assess how much you would require. And most important, I think, again, I would come back to is that there is a requirement of a consistent data and high quality information that is required for everyone to actually assess where and how things would change, both for the energy sector as well as from a coastal resilience point of view, to determine how you want to adapt yourself over a period of time. And inclusive to that should be capacity development and skills to, right now, as some, I think Mr. Mohanty in the last talked about, how coastal resilience itself is a term which is being turned around and changed and adapted in so many ways. I think one also needs to understand that we need to really develop a whole set of capacity and a skill, and then define whether it's broad-based or, narrow, however the world wants to do it, but to have that kind of a setup to get into the business of actually addressing it more proactively and systematically. And that can only come when you have a good terminology and a good idea of what type of aspects that you want to cover under a topic already come into place. So I'll just stop here, and I hope nobody is sleeping, sir.
Thank you, Swati, for Thank you, Swati, for adhering to the time so much. And as we talk about resilience, we look at mostly the natural form of resilience, which is what we consider the coast, having the reefs or the sand dunes or the mangroves, etc., being resilient, or the man-made infrastructure which we created, like the groins or the sea walls, or we have the breakwaters. Sometimes we also do beach nourishment for resilience methodology on the coast. But an important aspect which was brought out by Swati was to look at energy resilience, which is not generally paid attention to, and how do we cost for it, and how do we cater for it to be resilient for the entire duration of its lifespan. Important aspects to dwell upon, and we'll look into the questions as we move forward towards the end of the session. I take this time to invite the next speaker for today's afternoon session, and happy to invite Commander Kapil Narula, and he would be speaking on, I think, the topic of what are the best practices which we can adopt for building a coastal resilience. Over to you, Commander Kapil.
Thank you so much, Chair,
for the invitation and to the NMF for inviting me for this talk. Admiral Karambir Singh, Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, Mr. Ashok Nayyar, officers, ladies and gentlemen. I would be presenting my talk on building coastal resilience on the way ahead. Pardon my bad throat. I'll try and manage with this. I would like to start by talking about the relevance of coastal resilience. And as you see, about 152 of the 196 countries have a coastline. And that makes it, in the face of climate change impacts, that makes it extremely important for all of these countries to look into climate resilience. I'll structure my talk in this fashion. I'll talk a little bit about the past impacts, which will cover material, human, social, and economic impacts. Probably this would have been covered yesterday, but I'll move on to talk about some forecasted risks and impacts, and then take a very generic view and a process-oriented framework in which I'll talk about some of the steps and tools to build climate resilience, where I'll look at some of the best practices across the world, and conclude with some of the key learnings from my study. So the panel on the left talks about the material impacts of disasters. This is not only disasters from climate change, but all natural disasters. And this is a very authentic database called MDAT, which you can freely access. And if you see on the left panel, we have an increasing economic impact. The material impact is increasing. These are the impacts over different years. On the right panel, you see that these are the impact on humans in terms of life lost. And there you clearly see these are decadal averages, and there you clearly see a decreasing trend. So this is a bit surprising initially, and these contradictory trends, because on one hand, you have increasing material loss and decreasing human loss. But you can understand it in the sense that value of assets are rising, the density is rising, and therefore any impact is multiplied in terms of its material cost. But on the other hand, less human lives are lost, so systems are becoming more resilient. You have early warning systems which are happening, and therefore these contradictory trends can be explained through that. The second impact is the social impact. It's not only loss of lives, but also displacement of people. And here we see globally, as well as in the lower line, it is for India. If we say the global average is just about 20 to 25 million people, India stands at about 5 million average. So 1/5 of the global impacts are felt in India, which is just about or slightly higher than the share of its global population. The third is the economic impact. On the left panel, I have averages for the GDP loss. And the average was about 0.4 to 0.6, but in 2020, it was close to about 1%. And this is the economic loss in terms of GDP for India. And if you see on the right panel, India is amongst one of the countries amongst one of the highest GDP impacts of natural disasters. So this is about past impacts, but we need to look at the future. And if we look at the climate change risk spectrum, we know that climate change risks are highly interconnected, complex, and are dynamic in nature. On the other hand, if we take the complete framework, coastal resilience is only one part of the larger framework of disaster risk planning as well as mitigation. And if you see, you can see that you have extreme weather events starting from flooding and cyclones. But on the other hand, you also have slow onset events, which are called chronic risks. And that is represented especially by sea level rise. So it's a broad spectrum, and you have to plan for all of these, including all other risks from climate change. Talking specifically on coastal risks and forecasted impacts, this is the global distribution of projected extreme sea level rise in 2100. And most of the studies are focused towards the long term. We know that it will be an average of about 1 meter sea level rise. But the risk from coastal flooding is going to impact about 287 million people and about 14 trillion in asset value. And interestingly, the risk events are from high tides as well as storm surges, and sea level rise actually contribute to only 32% of these global risks. So it's important to understand that the risk events is not only chronic risks, which are more long-term, but also short-term high impact events such as high tides as well as storm surges. And the second graph is talking about a bit more on the coastal risks, and this is the global inundation hotspots for coastal flooding. And this is in terms of kilometer per kilometer square. So kilometer square of area impacted based on the kilometer of shoreline. And here again, we see some hotspots. Most of them are concentrated in Southeast Asia, some parts of Africa and Europe, but on India, on the eastern coast, also we have some of these areas which are where there are forecasted impacts. So having talked about some of the climate impacts as well as the risks, let me turn my attention to some of the frameworks and what I would like to see in future happening for India. And these are some of the steps to build climate resilience. And we'll talk about 5 of these steps in detail. The first step is about understanding exposure and hazards. And in that, we have to start with exploring potential hazards, and a list of some of the potential hazards is given in the top right table. This includes all hazards, including risks from sea level rise, storm surges, and coastal risks. And the second step in this is to undertake or to make a list of exposed assets. This could be infrastructure assets or natural assets or human assets. Then we need to identify these potential hazards using past data and future projections. And some of these projected hazards or data are shown in small case in blue. Thereafter, we need to pair up assets with hazards and describe potential consequences for some of these asset hazard pairs. And lastly, we should also, in this step on understanding exposures, we need to recognize the role of climate and non-climate stressors. By climate stressors, we mean the second order impact of climate change. And by non-climate stressors, we mean anthropogenic impacts, like which were mentioned by the chair, including buildup of coastal infrastructure, for example, distribution of electricity and so on. In these, some important aspects need to be addressed. First, that you need to choose an appropriate time horizon for planning. And the standard timelines which are chosen is 2100. It's a very far time horizon, but that reflects that the sea level rise impact takes that much time to be implemented, to be affected. We could choose earlier timelines, but that's a challenge on that the impacts would be much lower. Secondly is that we need to keep in mind that some of the factors should be included in SLR projections. There has to be use of local data and there needs to be open access to both the methods as well as data sources. This builds up confidence amongst the users of this data to build on these projections. The third is that most of the times SLR is not taken into account to predict coastal flooding. This is because, as I said, most of the impact of SLR kicks in towards the later half of the century. But this is not accounted for to project some of the coastal flooding, which needs to be kept into mind. And last is that we need to also consider potential impacts to natural as well as built environment, including loss of land, marsh migration, saltwater intrusion, bank failure, as well as coastal erosion. I'll now expose you to some of the tools to explore some of these hazards. And this is a tool kit being developed by US Climate Resilience Center. And you can see about 10 to 15 odd tools, and I'll just expose you to some of these. For example, here we see a tool to project the rise of sea level and how many days of flooding will the city experience. So it is user choosable. We can choose, you have chosen Los Angeles, and you have also chosen the time frame. You can project it using a graph, map, and so on. And in the red, we see two scenarios. One is of high climate change or high emission scenario, and in blue is the low emission scenario. And these tools are freely available. So any person from Los Angeles or any other city in the US can actually see this online and see what's the impact going to be. And this is based on modeling as well as past data. The second tool is a more detailed assessment of one particular area. This is again an online visual tool, and you have maps to assess coastal hazards, including risks and vulnerabilities. And user can actually create user-defined maps showing people, places which are exposed to coastal flooding. The third tool is a visual simulation and a representation of whichever place you would want to see in terms of what's the impact. So this is a visual representation. You can see a slider bar on the left side. So currently it stands at 6 feet. And a visual representation exactly shows you or gives you that perception on how things will look like. This is again user-defined and adaptable. It eases communication and stakeholder engagement. So after we assess some of these hazards, we got to go to step 2, which is about assessing vulnerability and risks. And vulnerability could be about describing sensitivity as well as adaptive capacity of the asset hazard pairs, which we did in step 1. We need to characterize the risks, both in terms of probability of hazard, in terms of low, medium, or high, as well as the magnitude of loss. And this you can plot on a two-dimensional graph. And then we need to prepare vulnerability assessment reports. These could be qualitative or quantitative assessments, and address some of these highest risk first, which are shown in red, which are both high in terms of probability as well as in consequence. And some of the national risk index maps, which are developed for the US, look like this. They are again interactive online mapping, allows users to compare 3 aspects which I highlight: expected annual loss, social vulnerability, and community resilience for 18 of the natural hazards. The third step is to investigate options on potential solutions which can reduce exposure as well as increase adaptive capacity. You need to develop a list of strategies to reduce risk. We can take help of case studies and adaptation planning resources. When we sit together, solutions can be evaluated based on feasibility, whether they are potentially feasible or not feasible. We also need to go back and redefine goals based on an open conversation with stakeholders as well as local partners, and assess community support for the solution. And some of the options which were evaluated are shown in the snapshots below. The fourth step is to prioritize and plan, where we need to identify or evaluate some of the identified solutions in terms of expected value of each action, undertake a cost-benefit analysis, also assess the capacity within the states, the resources available for implementation, as well as evaluate trade-offs, and thereafter rank actions as is shown in the table to identify the best possible solution.
An important part is to consolidate some of the highest value actions into a cohesive plan, because addressing some of the risks together is much more cost effective. We need to combine similar actions and sequence them in the order of priority, as well as plan the project in terms of a step-by-step timeline with milestones. The last aspect would be to implement the plan, and communication of intended outcomes of actions involving stakeholders is a very important aspect. Monitoring of results, iteration, modifying the approach as needed based on the specific case, followed by sharing the story, and documentation of the entire process is, I think, extremely important. And finally, we reach to the last stage on checking is the implementation of the plan increasing climate resilience. So this goes on in an iterative framework, and these 5 steps which I talked about are just shown in this iterative framework. I'll skip this slide, but move on to some of the examples of best practices. And these are some of the best practices from the US Digital Coast site on data and communication, where you can actually see sea level rise viewer, elevation data, historical hurricane trends, risk communication. The local area focus is extremely important, identifying areas in my community, because climate change impacts are very, very local. In some sense, exploring resources and regulation impacting the local areas. Moving on, the best practices, we did hear from the panelists earlier that a lot of maps exist, but we are looking for something like a one-shop window, which is shown here, as well as providing all the information. To conclude, I would say some of the key learnings I would want to be introduced in the process are that data is the key in terms of both climate change impacts and resilience. Policies need to be based on future climate projections, which is indeed sometimes a very long timeline. Climate justice and equity must be fully embedded in policies and programs, connecting science with practice. Coastal communities taking the lead, synergizing coordination between different agencies, leading to local jobs and trained workforce. And we have to work across sectors as well as integrate different programs. Increasing funding and building capacity, as has been touched by the earlier speaker, as well as the last aspect on planning proactively for displacement and to facilitate mobility. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Commander Kapil, for giving us an insight into what kind of decision support system or decision support tool can be prepared, which is available right now in the developed countries. And I think we can move towards such kind of a tool with availability of data and resources. As we all know, preparedness and mitigation strategies are very important aspects of resilience, and sustainable utilization of coastal spaces can be done using scientific methods. With this, I move on to the next speaker, Dr. Pushp Bajaj, who's honorary adjunct fellow from NMF, and he would be speaking on enhancing the resilience of India's port infrastructure and operations. Over to you, Pushp.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, thank you also to the organizers at the NMF for giving me the opportunity to participate in this conference. Also, thank you to Ms. Ganeshan and Dr. Narula for setting the stage so brilliantly. They have discussed many of the concepts that will also appear in my presentation, so it kind of saves me some time to go into those aspects. I would like to focus my presentation on enhancing climate resilience of India's port infrastructure and operations. So I will be talking about some of the experiences that we had and the key findings from a project that we conducted in 2021-22 while I was with the NMF as a research fellow and also supported by the CDRF fellowship. So this is again focusing on climate resilience of port infrastructure and operations. Now, most of you in the audience are likely already familiar that trade plays a very important role for India's national economy. This image here shows the trade to GDP ratio in India over the past few decades, starting from 1960 to 2020. Now you can clearly see here that over the past few decades, the trade to GDP ratio in percentage has been increasing quite rapidly, although it did take a dip in recent years, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means that maybe other sectors are contributing more, or we are reducing our reliance on trade. But at its highest point in around 2012, around 50% of India's GDP was coming from its trade. And most recently in 2020, over 1/3 of India's economy was coming from trade. So, and in this context, in the context of this conference, we know that around 95% by volume and 70% by value of India's merchandise trade travels through the sea. So therefore, ports and shipping infrastructure becomes very important. In India, this trade is managed by 12 major ports and over 200 non-major ports. And just to kind of put this into context, in 2020-21, Indian ports handled total cargo throughput of around 1251 million tons. And simple average suggests that Indian ports handled around 3.4 million tons of cargo each day, which is of course a very humongous number. The 12 major ports in India handled around 53% of this total trade. So just these 12 major ports are actually very important for India's maritime trade and in turn for India's national economy. So these are the sorry for those bloated stars, they shouldn't look like that. But these are the locations of India's 12 major ports, and by nature and by, but just by design, their operations, they are all located along the coastline of India. And we have heard throughout this conference that the coastline of India is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Specifically, when we talk about the coastal regions, these are some of the main threats arising from climate change for on coastal regions. So we have sustained extreme temperatures or heat waves, extreme precipitation events leading to flooding, tropical revolving storms or cyclones, and also sea level rise, which poses a long-term irreversible threat. So on the other hand, if you look at India's plans to develop its blue economy and its maritime trade sector, one of the most relevant pieces of policy documents or vision documents is the Maritime India Vision 2030, which talks about creation of world-class greenfield ports, modernization of existing ports, and enhancement of land-based connectivity, and promotion of port-led industrialization and public-private partnerships. There have been many projects that have been identified under this vision, over 150 initiatives for a period of this 10-year plan. And it's also expected to generate a lot of funding and new jobs. However, in our experience, in our analysis of the document, what we realized is that the primary and the only focus is on capacity augmentation, and the plan doesn't really talk about protecting its existing assets and also the planned infrastructure against the impacts of climate change. So this was the primary motivation for our study that we conducted last year. And so when it comes to the port ecosystem, the port infrastructure, some of the key climate considerations, if we look at the port ecosystem as being divided into three elements, where we have the seaside infrastructure, we have the port side infrastructure and the land side infrastructure. So we know that in the seaside, you have the berthing zone, the breakwaters, and where the berthing area where the ship is berthed at the port. Then at the port, we have the cargo handling area, and then we have the storage area and the vehicle movement area. And then in land side, we are talking about essentially connections with the hinterland through the railway networks and through the roadways. Now, all of these segments in a port ecosystem are indirectly or directly affected by climate change, and they are under direct or indirect threats from climate change. So how do we actually quantify this risk? And Commander Narula very nicely explained the steps that go into quantifying this risk and the methodology that is being followed by most researchers in this area. So it arises from the IPCC's definition of risk, which breaks down risk into a combination of hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. And vulnerability, again, is further divided into sensitivity and adaptive capacity. Now, while hazards and exposure can be determined through desk-based research for each port in each location, basically you can find out what is the climate profile of a location and what are the types of assets that the port has, and that gives you hazard and exposure. Vulnerability, on the other hand, can only be determined through rigorous on-field assessment of the port infrastructure and operations, because vulnerability depends on many things which are very site-specific. So, for example, the age and condition of different assets, the cost of the assets, the ease and cost of maintenance of the assets, the ability of the port to function efficiently without the asset, which basically relates to adaptive capacity, that in case a particular asset is not working, then how do you kind of find other options, and the ability of the port to find an alternative or replacement of the asset. So all of these things are very site specific, and therefore they require on-field studies, which is essentially what we did during the project. So we conducted 4 field studies, and I will share with you the results from Mumbai Port Authority. We also conducted field studies of Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Paradeep Port Authority, and Visakhapatnam Port Authority. So speaking of Mumbai, so in our methodology, we divided climate risk into a scale, like a 1 to 5 scale, where 1 corresponds to no risk, 2 corresponds to low risk, 3 is moderate risk, where essentially port operations are down for a few hours, and then 4 is significant risk, where the port operations may be down for days, and then finally extreme risk, number 5, where the port operation might be down for several weeks. So the risk for the port arises from its dependency on proper functioning of its infrastructure assets. So it's not always about direct physical damage to the assets, but also just the inability of the asset to function during an extreme event or during a flood event or a cyclone. So this is what we arrived at from our field study. So we carried out a number of extensive interviews with the port authorities, with the different departments of the port, the engineering department, the port planning departments, and also the operations departments. So you can see here along the rows are the different assets. So these are assets then divided into seaside and port side. There is a much longer list, but I couldn't show all of it in the slide here. But you can read about it in the full length report. So essentially, you divide the assets into port side and seaside, and then along the columns you will see the different hazards. You will see extreme temperature, extreme precipitation, cyclones, extremely severe cyclones, and sea level rise. So pretty much across the board, in all of the field studies that we conducted, we saw that the port authorities are very much familiar and very aware of the threats posed by cyclones and extremely severe cyclones. So this was always the highest rated hazard, highest rated risk to the port assets. On the other hand, sea level rise to some extent was, in our opinion, kind of underestimated as a risk to the port assets, and that could be because of many reasons, and I'll touch upon some of them in the next few slides. But it's just more difficult to visualize sea level rise and to kind of try to figure out its impacts in the long term on the port infrastructure and operations. But it is, in fact, perhaps one of the most significant risks to port infrastructure and to coastal regions in general. And so this image here shows the sea level rise projections for Mumbai by the year 2040. And the Mumbai port is right here. And if you look at the projections, if you zoom into the projections for the Mumbai port, this is Mumbai port. This is the projected sea level rise by the year 2040 for Mumbai port. And the blue areas correspond to areas that are expected to be below tide level by the year 2040. So, when Commander Narula said that the timelines that we generally look at are 2100, because that's when we see the bulk of the impacts, that may not necessarily be true because it is, of course, by the year 2100, the projections for sea level rise are upwards of 1 meter, but it doesn't have to go to that level for it to become a threat to our infrastructure and to our communities and to businesses and so on. So clearly, by the year 2040 already, you can see that large parts of the Mumbai port are expected to be below tide level by the year 2040. And it becomes even worse if you add on top of it, other types of risks. So if you add on top of it coastal flooding, which is expected annually anyway in most coastal regions, and also something that Mr. Mohanty was talking about in the morning session, the cascading impacts of these risks. So when you add on top of sea level rise, coastal flooding, then you see that, very significant parts of Mumbai port and the Mumbai coastline in general is expected to see flooding by the year 2040. Now, I do see some of your faces and you are quite surprised. Believe me, the port authorities were equally surprised when they saw these projections. And we did see some eyebrows raising up and, and I was surprised by looking at that surprised expression on their face that, that this is coming out to be as news to them. So now what can we do about it? What are some of the, the ways in which we can minimize this risk? Of course, there are many solutions that are being explored, globally. There are hard infrastructure measures and there are also softer measures which are not infrastructure measures, but mostly planning and policy-related measures. So, for example, for hard infrastructure measures, we have, building of seawalls and storm surge barriers, and expand or upgrade breakwaters, upgrade drainage systems, and so on and so forth. You can go down the list. In soft measures, which are equally important, and also something that's it's kind of a low-hanging fruit, and something that Mr. Kamal Kishore mentioned in his inaugural speech yesterday, when he was talking about these no-regret options, that these are kind of common sense things that are easy to achieve that we can do right now. For example, adopting adaptation policies and adopting rotational work schedules for port workers, for example. This was also something that we noticed during our study, that when it comes to extreme temperature, pretty much the only area that will be affected in port operations is the ability of the workers to carry out their, their daily work. And so that we will increasingly see heat stress on the workers, and some options in that case could be adopting rotational work schedules for the port workers. You can read more about the field studies. As I said, we also visited Paradeep Port and Visakhapatnam Port and Jawaharlal Nehru Port. And you can look at the results and also some more analysis in the full report that is available on the NMF website under Fellowships and CDRI Fellowship 2021-22. Now coming to the slightly candid part of my observations from the project. So these are some of the main challenges and the roadblocks that I could determine from our project. And again, these are my personal opinions. These do not reflect the official position of the NMF or CDRI or even my current employer, UNDP. So first of all, it was a complete, there was a lack of awareness of the threats posed by climate change to port operations. Like I said, the look of surprise on the faces of the port authorities was quite, eye-opening for us, and also because they are so much concerned about their day-to-day operations and so much concerned about the impacts that they are having on their environment. They're having on the environment in the form of pollution. So for example, when we went to Paradeep Port handles large quantities of dry bulk cargo, which affects, which is a major source of air pollution, and it affects local people and local communities there. So they have taken many active measures, many commendable measures to mitigate that air pollution threat. So they have invested in mechanizing their cargo handling facilities and so on. So they are taking those measures to minimize their impact on the environment, but they're not so much aware of how the environment might affect them, which was also something Admiral Chauhan mentioned in his opening remarks yesterday. There was also this short-term thinking that was very evident they are largely focused, as I said, on their day-to-day operations. Of course, every port has a port planning and development department, which is supposed to look at longer-term planning and invest in longer-term projects. But on an average, the people that we met, the people that we interviewed, the thinking was mostly, I need to get this done. I have targets. I have to meet my goals. And so therefore, there wasn't really room for this conversation about how, climate change adaptation is also important for the port. And also something that was kind of a roadblock was a lack of a top-down mandate on climate change adaptation. Again, most of the actions are governed by the mandate from the top, the goals, the targets that have been set by the ministry, for example. And there isn't really a mandate on climate change adaptation, which is evident from the Maritime India Vision 2030, which doesn't really go into, doesn't explicitly mention climate change adaptation. There was also lack of financial resources. The port operations are on a strict budget, and even the new ports that are being developed, they have a very strict budget. And so if measures for climate change adaptation and resilience, as Ms. Ganeshan also mentioned, that if those measures are not incorporated into the planning stages and into the budget allocation stages, then there's pretty much no way that it's going to be done. And then you kind of enter into this locked-in stage where you have committed to a certain budget for your infrastructure, and you cannot go beyond that budget. And just very quickly, there was also this feeling of, we will be fine courtesy of comprehensive building codes, which was also something that Mr. Kishore mentioned in his opening remarks yesterday, that we have these building codes which are based on trends in winds and waves patterns over the past 100 years or so, but we know that those no longer apply because climate change is going to change those trends, and in the future the trends would look very different. So in addition to the past trends, we also have to look at future projections. Now, in the interest of time, I will not go down this list any further and move on to the next slide, which talks about the way forward and building climate resilience in India's port sector. So clearly, the challenges that I mentioned in the previous slide will tell you that we need a lot more research in this area. And I can share with you that when we went for our field studies, we were told that we are the first group of researchers that have come to the port and discussed this issue of climate change adaptation. So clearly, there's a lot more that can be done. And so if the student members in this audience would like to take this up in some stage, please do that. And when you do, be a good academic and cite our work. That's important. The need to develop a holistic and dynamic adaptation strategy. Of course, it has to be a dynamic strategy because the trends are changing so quickly and we are learning so many new things that we have to build in that adaptability, which also Swati ma'am mentioned in her remarks. And the adaptation strategy must be in close coordination with the city authorities to avoid maladaptation. The city and port are very closely interlinked with each other. Climate change adaptation plans must be built in as a mandate through, for example, the Maritime India Vision 2030. And interestingly, India has not yet submitted its national adaptation communication to the UNFCCC. I know that it's currently being formulated and it should be submitted sometime soon. But we do need that, and we also need a national adaptation plan to kind of drive that top-down mandate that I mentioned earlier. So I'll stop here, and thank you very much for your attention. This is the group of people that were involved in the project, in the CDRF project. On the extreme left is Saurabh Thakur, in the middle is Dr. Chimi Udon, and I'm on the right. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Push, for giving us an overview of the risk matrix which we have for port infrastructure and what are some kind of soft and hard measures, and also the challenges which we face right now, not only in sensitizing the community level people about climate change, but also the decision makers who are still not very much familiar with this kind of a challenge facing them in future. Bringing now the last speaker for the session, I would like to call upon Ms. Marian, a counselor for sustainable development from the French Embassy in India, and she would be speaking to us on a French perspective of what is the paradigm for coastal territories from protection towards resilience towards climate change. Over to you, Marian.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. I'm really pleased to be here today with you, and thank you for the invitation. So first of all, I will try to make you travel to France this afternoon, because usually in my work, I tend to present like Indian perspective to my French colleagues and French companies. But today I'm kind of doing the opposite. So I'm bringing the exotic French to you this afternoon. So the coastal areas in France are are two kinds. You have either rocky coasts with some cliffs. So this on the left side, this is near Marseille in the south of France. And you have also a low and sandy coasts with wide beaches, dunes. So this is a picture on the right. In the center, this is a map of metropolitan France. And so the sand dunes are located in yellow and the rocky ones are located in blue. So broadly, just a few figures. It's 18,000 kilometers long for all France, including overseas, but the coast of mainland is about 5,500 kilometers long. And you've got three main parts. So the first one on the northwestern part, you've got the Channel and North Sea. Then you've got the Bay of Biscay with the Atlantic Ocean. And on the south, you've got the Mediterranean Sea, where I'm from. So I will be maybe a bit biased for the remaining of the presentation. So just to set the context, this is clearly an attractive coastline. The picture here, it's Marseille, so it's south of France, one of the biggest cities of France. It's built really on the seashore, and it's growing and booming. So mostly the coastal areas in France, they face three challenges. The first one is land artificialization, land development. The second one is the development of economic activities. And the third one is clearly a growing demography. That's what you can see on the map. All the red parts are the high density areas in France. So you can see our capital region of Paris in the center, but you can also see that the coastal areas are very much red as well. So you can find some big cities, like I said, like Marseille or Nice on the Mediterranean shore. And there are many urban centers on the shore. It's 3 times higher than in the other part of the territories. You can find more and more people and economic activities are settling near the coast. We estimate that 10% of our population lives on the coast. So that represents only 4% of the country's surface, but 10% of population. 17% of the coastline is currently artificialized. So, and the dynamic of coastal development is very, very important as well. And one figure, I've put some figures, but one thing that I think is very important is the growing trend. The projection gives us that by 2040, the coastal areas in France would welcome 4.5 million new inhabitants. So that would represent roughly, by 2040, like 40% of our population would be located on the shores, on the what we call departments, like this kind of small regions. So this, just to give you this broad view, and this is also a very vulnerable coastline. 80% of our municipalities located on the coast are exposed to major natural hazards, and these are enhanced by climate change. That's what all the previous speakers have talked about, so I will not detail this further. So 2 main risks for France, it's coastal erosions that for 20% of our coasts, and marine submersion and flooding for 2/3 of our coasts. We estimate that over 200 municipalities out of 1,000 would be affected by the receding coastline of more than half a meter per year. So this represents 270 kilometers of coastline that's currently under control. And so by the year 2100, some estimates that 5,000 to 50,000 houses will be impacted by sea level rise and marine submersion. So this represents a market value estimated between 0.8 to 8 billion euros, which is obviously very important. And what I think is very important to have in mind is that it's only on the existing houses. So what we are going to do in the following years is not taken into account. If we keep on building on the shores in some vulnerable areas, this will be even worse. So historically, I would say we adopted like this traditional strategy to defense against the sea with like hard measures, as you mentioned, civil engineering solutions like sea walls, and but today it reveals many limits, and we don't use them as often as we used to. We can say that they have a high maintenance costs. Sometimes they are partially effective or even ineffective in some ways. Sometimes they displace the program to another area, and they can maybe aggravate the coastal erosion as well. And they have negative impacts on landscapes, on ecosystems, and biodiversities. Other softer solutions may be used, like geotextile wave breakers to reduce the intensity of the waves, or beach replenishment to reconstitute the sand dunes. But we try to implement more ecological solutions nowadays, like for soft protection, especially for dune restoration projects. So, through the light structures, these techniques make it possible to conserve or restore some site while respecting the natural dynamics. And it helps to constitute a very protective ecosystem. So there are different types of ecological solutions that can be implemented. There is what we call sand. I tried to translate the French words. Sometimes it may be. So this is a sand trapping structures with like a kind of grid of what we call in French ganivelles, which is a wooden fence to trap the sand and make sure that it reduces the action of the wind. Also defense structures to trying to have people working on only some ways and they don't ruin the whole dunes. We also try to develop a green cover because it helps to fix the sand dunes, and also mulching in complement of other measures. It consists of putting in place a soil cover to promote plant growth and reinforce the dunes protection against the erosion. So we are deeply convinced of the efficiency of nature-based solutions and the fact that ecosystems play a key role for sustainable land management. They can constitute like barriers against storms or buffer zones against flooding. So we are convinced at the ministerial level, but on the shoreline it's not always the same. So we feel that these solutions are unknown and rarely implemented. So the Ministry for Ecological Transition decided to launch a call for project called Nature-Based Solution for Resilient Coastal Territories Facing Coastal Changes and Climate Change in 2019. And the objective was to promote and encourage the development of this type of solutions because people often feel less protected by nature-based solutions than by hard measures. So the idea would be to convince them that it works and that it can be beneficial for them and even less expensive. And so on this, well, so it's in French, but it's just to show you that 9 projects were selected for €1 million funding. They are located in the mainland France, but also in overseas territories. And what's important is that it reflects a wide diversity of ecosystems. So sand dunes, wetlands, beach forests, even mangroves in overseas territories, and meadows. Some are on the northern part, others on the Mediterranean one. So some examples, it can be to accompany the return of a natural functioning of one beach, or it can be to restore nature in an urban environment on the Atlantic shoreline, or reconnecting the mangrove to the sea in Guadeloupe, so in the Caribbean, or regreening the beaches in the Indian Ocean in La Réunion Island. So those are the selected projects. And I would just quickly talk about two events in France that were kind of key markers of our policy making. The first one is a storm called Dingja in 2010 to illustrate the risk of flooding. So there was a combination of storm, high tide with high tide coefficients, and that led to the breach of several seawalls and resulted in severe flooding in some coastal areas on the Atlantic Ocean. So there were 47 victims, almost all of them located in some urban territories. Basically, all these urban settlements were drowned within 10 minutes when the seawall broke. So it really acted like kind of a revealer and a need for action. And after the storm, for safety reasons, the central state bought back like 700 houses and demolished them because they were market value would not take care of them anymore, and it was too dangerous to keep on living there. But it was really an important event in France and in Europe as well, because other countries have been hit as well. This other one is called Le Signal. Le Signal is the name of this building, like this 4-story building. It's located in Soulac-sur-Mer, so it's on the Atlantic coast. It was built in 1967, very nice view on the beach, 200 meters away from the sea, but with coastal erosion quickly. The situation degraded quickly, and in 2014, the mayor evacuated the inhabitants. The sea level was only, the seashore was only 20 meters away, and in the picture, you can see my minister, Honorable Christophe Béchu. It was like 2 weeks back because he started the demolition of this building. So after many years of discussion and negotiation on monetary compensation for the inhabitants. So those two events show you that the risk is so high now that in some places we can't protect people and assets anymore. And it called for a change of policies and a change of paradigm toward relocation and building resilience in territories. So I tried to translate, this is kind of the key principle of one of our strategy. So it's necessary to plan now and to prepare the stakeholders for the implementation of the long-term relocation of activities and assets exposed to coastal risks in a perspective of coastal recomposition, even if transitional measures are implemented. So the main idea is that we need now to rethink coastal territories and land occupation globally. So basically, relocation is moving activities or assets outside of the hazard zone to decrease vulnerability of the territory. And you can use the freed area for as a buffer space or for adequate activities like ecotourism or agro activities. But it's rather complex. First, land availability is very scarce on coastal areas. There is the issue of social acceptance. People don't like to be told to just move and inshore, away from the shore. And also the question of how do you compensate these people for the loss of their properties. But we tried. So we don't have so many examples, but one very small one has been implemented. So we are in Vias. Vias is near my parents. And they decided to recreate the dune system and to reclaim the coastal plains. This is the objective. It led to the relocation of 3 campsites. So another example, I'm going rather quickly. This one is just as a study level. It was not implemented yet. So it's in Lacanau. Lacanau is on the Atlantic shoreline. And basically, it's facing coastal erosion, and the estimation is by the year 2040, about 1,200 homes and more than 100 commercial assets are likely to be threatened by coastal erosion. So they want to plan ahead and think of long-term urban reorganization. So they did the study, they had some various scenarios, but no strategic decision has been made yet. But it's kind of an active coastal area to think about these kind of things. It's where it's not far from the signal, so the building that was destroyed was. This is another one called the Lido between Sète and Marseillan. So Lido is, I don't know if the word exists in English or not, like this sand small parts that you can see on the down picture. And we decided to implement, okay, I'm really moving forward then, nature-based solutions and wave attenuation. And there has been the relocation of 1 road 100 meters inland. So I will move forward, skip all this, and go to the policy framework. So in France, we have the National Plan for Adaptation to Climate Change that was adopted. We also have a national strategy for integrated coastline management. We had several call for projects for the relocation of properties and activities. And we had recently a climate and resilience law that was passed with a chapter on coastal adaptation to climate change. And it has been rather a tough subject to discuss in the past years. Several projects of law were in front of Parliament, and they talked for several months, and then nothing was adopted. So it's kind of a long ongoing process. This is just a focus on this climate and resilience law. There are 4 pillars. First is knowledge and information sharing. So there is a list of the most vulnerable municipalities that are also voluntary to engage in some innovative solutions. We try to integrate the risk of exposure zones in the urban planning documents and to inform all future buyers and tenants that they may enter a zone that is prone to flooding or coastal erosion in the coming years. The second aspect is to deal with existing properties and find solutions for the existing properties. So they create like a new lease for adaptation to coastal erosion. And third one is to limit the exposure of new properties. So with 2 main zones, one is what we call the 30 to 100 years area. It's where coastal erosion will not be a problem in the next 30 years. So we just let them live with supervision of new constructions. And in the 30 years area where coastal erosion we think will come within the next 30 years, new construction is prohibited. And so we try to address the risk this way. And finally, we try to have a spatial recomposition when we can to relocate properties, assets, and to areas that are not exposed to coastal erosion. And it needs to be integrated in urban planning documents at different scales. And we implement what we call partnership development project because we really need to have a community engagement and all the stakeholders on board to be able to do something like that. And as a conclusion, I mean, thank you so much for hearing me this afternoon. This was just to give you 3 key messages. In France, we have an increased vulnerability in the coming years. We know that, an increase in risks and a growing demography on coastal areas. We believe in the potential of nature-based solution and in the importance of urban planning and long-term thinking. So the policy and regulatory framework is evolving quickly to tackle this future due to climate change. And in a nutshell, the paradigm of French public policies has shifted from active measures protection towards creating resilient territories with this motto from our ministry is living with the sea rather than against it. And so if you need more information, some of the websites where you can find the information that I presented today, especially CEREMA, which is kind of our center of expertise on territories and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne, for that illustrative presentation, which talked about the ecological engineering solutions which are being adopted in France, and also the importance of assessment of vulnerability and the long-term planning. An important aspect which you presented was some kind of a legislation which has been brought in for coastal adaptation to climate change, which is something very interesting to do. I think we have completed the set of presentations for the day, for this session, and I would now look for some audience interaction at this stage. If we have some questions from the audience, we will be willing to take that. Kindly address the questions to the panelists to whom you want to ask. Yes, sir, over there.
Thank you, sir. It's very kind of you. I got one question. I think anybody from the panel can address. We had this horrible tragedy in Beirut a few years ago. Now, Beirut is a part of Lebanon which is very placid, and there's no tsunamis, there are no cyclones, there is nothing. And yet we had this horrible explosion which took place and which blew the whole city away. In fact, I went to Beirut soon after that by chance, and it looked like Hiroshima after the dropping of the bomb. So how does one draw up mitigation plans for a port like that, which has got no known threats and no trends and no nothing like that? On the other hand, you had this on Turkey in Ante, where the port of Ante, where the containers all fell over and there was a fire, etc. It was nothing very serious. So obviously they had taken, of course, no news came after the containers caught fire. But obviously it was not very serious at that point in time. So how does one balance this? You know, and very close to Beirut. There's not much of a difference there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. In our experience, what we have seen is that, I mean, speaking of the ports in India, we do have, SOPs, and we do have disaster management plans for both natural disasters and to some extent some man-made disasters, for example, fires or, chemical-related disasters and things like that. Now, of course, something like, containers toppling over or that kind of an incident, I mean, it's hard for me to imagine how to kind of, prepare for something like that. Of course, the SOPs themselves have, measures that avoid such a thing happening. But there is, of course, a likelihood of something like that happening, even if you do have the SOPs. So there are SOPs for man-made disasters and for accidents like that. So, those are in place. The reason why, we are focusing so much on climate change is because that element of it does not exist right now in any of the ports, a climate change adaptation strategy. There are disaster management plans, but they are, again, focused on the trends and disasters that have been observed over the past 100 years or so. But they do not really take into account the changing frequency and intensity of disasters that are expected in the future because of climate change. So that's why we are focusing on that element.
I think I would just supplement that by saying that it is not only the plans which are existing, but the implementation of the plans in the port authorities would be more important to prevent such kind of incident happening over and over again.
Good evening. My name is Mayank. I'm a researcher at the National Maritime Foundation. My question is for Dr. Bajaj. So my question concerns plans and positions that are submitted by governments to UNFCCC.
Could you be a bit louder? Actually, the question was not clear here.
My question concerns plans and positions that are submitted by governments to UNFCCC. How does an analyst distinguish an evidence-based position submitted in good faith to UNFCCC from another one that is reverse engineered and based on realpolitik or hard-nosed national interest?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I can answer that, in a very convincing manner, but I think that the submissions that we make to the UNFCCC kind of have what's the word for it? The accountability attached to it. But once you do submit that, because you're questioned on that later, and you are kind of it's freely available for everyone to access, and it kind of becomes a negotiating point for other countries in future meetings. So they are not taken lightly. In fact, they are prepared by many different researchers, analysts, and then it goes through multiple drafts and goes through many stages of review, and only then are they submitted. So the NDCs that we submitted to the UNFCCC most recently, the updated NDCs, they were certainly vetted, and there has to be a kind of an action plan behind it that should follow. The net zero target that we submitted of 2070, there are already talks of by independent organizations and by the ministries to come up with an action plan to achieve just that. And the same will apply to the adaptation communication as well, and the national adaptation plan as well, that once you do submit that, you kind of commit yourselves to those targets. Now, I mean, even if we don't meet those targets, some of it we can kind of have our own reasons for why those could not be achieved. But like I said, it does come with a sense of accountability, and it becomes a negotiating point for other countries in future negotiations. Thank you.
Question at the back there.
Good afternoon. My name is Harshita Sabarwal, and I'm a student at Amity University, Noida, studying international relations. So my question is for Mr. Dr. Bajaj. Dr. Bajaj. So with trade comes globalization. With trade comes globalization, which is one of the recurring roadblocks behind India's present blue economy, which also causes lots of disturbance in geostrategic and geographical locations, including the coastal land. So according to you, what could be some possible measures in India's policy framework towards the blue economy to encounter the impact of globalization? Thank you.
It's again a very loaded question, but so maybe somebody else could also comment. But I mean, my impression is that it's not necessarily, globalization is not necessarily a bad thing. Trade does connect us to other countries, and it has worked out well for us. It of course builds in some dependencies. So countries, for example, that have over reliance on trade, on imports and exports, are kind of reliant on that element to satisfy their economic needs. So you, of course, don't want that scenario, but you also don't want the other extreme where you have no trade with other countries. So the figure that I mentioned of 33% of India's trade, India's GDP comes from trade, that's perhaps a healthy figure. It also, I mean, depends on the kind of trade that you're involved in, whether it's, whether it's too, it leans too much on the import side and not so much on the export side. So are we adding value to the system? Or are we just extracting resources and not adding value so much? So it's not necessarily a bad thing, I would say. I mean, I think that in fact, the idea of, well, what's the politically correct term? The indigenization or the self-reliance. Self-reliance is different from just being too narrow in your approach towards interacting with other countries or participating in trade. So you don't want either of those extremes, is what I would say. Maybe.
May I request DG NMF also, sir, to add few words on this, sir? I would be happy to hear your views on this.
Thank you. Before I address this, I have a few questions if there are none pending from the audience at this point. There's one, and there's one more. Okay, that's a good answer. But nevertheless, I wanted to ask a few questions and then I'll address this issue as best as I can. The first is I wanted to ask Ms. Velu, the presentation that you gave, of course, was from a French perspective, and thank you very much for the quick tour to France. But how much of what you find in France can you actually extrapolate to India? Because you have had some experience in India now for sufficient amount of time, I think, to be able to see the differences in the federal structure, yet the number of areas in which India has been responding are not small. So if we cannot actually extrapolate directly from France to India, then is reference to France useful to India, or is it simply to acquire inputs on the best practice? Let me address the two or three questions. Swati, your presentations are always great, and you hit the nail right on the head. But you started by saying critical infrastructure. I want to ask you, where in India can I find literature on what is the physical critical infrastructure of India? What we've got is loads of lists of what is critical infrastructure in terms of IT. Information technology infrastructure, no issue. There are lots of literature. Physical infrastructure and where offshore energy might fit, where offshore oil rigs might fit, there doesn't seem to be a clarity on whether that constitutes a listed. I know intuitively we understand that, but therefore, is there room for us to be able to draw up lists which will then hopefully get accepted or corroborated and incorporated by government or not? Now coming to the question of whether globalization impacts us in a way that inhibits our actions. I rather think I agree with Push. It depends on how you're looking at globalization. If India's globalization is concentrated or skewed too heavily upon energy imports, and within energy imports, if it is skewed too heavily upon petroleum imports, then of course there are impacts of that upon the manner in which we can exercise blue economy principles. On the other hand, if you do not have sufficient trade, then you will see that, first of all, India's trade to GDP ratio, the merchandise trade to GDP ratio is what is being discussed. And so there we are, I think, at about 34% right now. And the average for a large economy is typified by the United States, which is approximately 22%. We cannot have a 22% international trade and be satisfied simply because we are a growing country. And we expect in the next few years to be able to move up the ranking of GDP from our present position of 5 to at least to number 3. Next year, we hope to be able to overtake Germany. And consequently, GDP, trade, international globalization are hugely linked. Are they therefore automatically countering or contrary to the principles of a blue economy? I actually tend not to agree at all. The blue economy has several facets. The number one of the facets is, of course, trade. So should our trade become, our shipping, should it become bluer? Of course. Should our ports become greener? Of course. But should we stop having ports or stop having shipping? Of course not. I think that would suffice. Thank you.
Ms. Marian, if you could answer the question of the GNMF, and then we'll go to the audience.
Yes, briefly. France is a rather centralized country. It's not a federal one, so different from India. But we do also have many stakeholders that take part of urban planning at local levels. Like we have municipalities, group of municipalities, departments, regions, and the central state. So this is kind of the same philosophy that you need to have everybody coming together and deciding to work together to implement something, which is not an easy task to do. In France, it's hard, and I do believe that in India it would be equally hard as well. But I think you need to really engage the local communities that they are the main, the key persons to make things move either in France or in India. They must to be convinced that it's beneficial for them. Second finding I think can relate to India is the need to work on urban planning and long-term urban planning and resilient urban planning. From French expertise, we take part in a program in Kerala on resiliency, not the one we were discussing, another one, on increasing resiliency in urban planning documents. So this is this is something rather important for I think the future of India, either in coast but also within the land. And third, the power of nature-based solution. India has a beautiful mangrove, and mangrove are key to mitigate the effect of climate change. And so this mangrove needs to be protected. And it's important for coastal resiliency as well. So I think it can apply to India.
Sir is still looking at me, if I can use it. So to start off, yes, there is a room to build a list, because right now the kind of lists we have in terms of critical infrastructure, they're always a little bit more disintegrated, in the sense there is probably a list that is there within the energy domain. There is one probable list on infrastructure from the capex domain or other domain, and there could be one list from another sector. But a composite kind of an infrastructure list is obviously not really there, if you remember. The only place where I think you do discuss a little bit of the infrastructure in more way is probably in the the Blue Economy's advisory group reports, which came out like around 7 or 6 of them, wherein you do mention many of these, like ports and a critical like offshore wind, renewable energy, those aspects. From there, yes, there is actually a room to build one list as well. But now that if you see, as I was saying, there is the mentioning that there is a map which actually tells you the kind of, it's extremely dense. So at any point of time for you to say that maybe this is much more important than that would be very, very difficult as well. For example, I can just give you a good example in terms of when we are looking at renewable energy from an off-grid setup. Now, in off-grid, most of the setup would be preliminary in an area or a small community or everything. It may not even be a very trigger, big, it might not even light up in the map per se. But that is a critical infrastructure for that particular community, particular area, largely because it is serving the energy needs for them. So from that context, it is very interesting to see, maybe from to state to local context to national context. I think the list would probably differentiate a little bit every time you move from a community perspective. So for example, I think there was also a discussion that, communities, I think couple had all talked about how communities should be more engaged in deciding how to, and communities probably might look at the same connotation of critical infrastructure very differently from the way we would look at it at a macro level. For them, it could be probably more to do with not to try and ensure that their gear, fishing gear, or their boats probably get more secured in a specific space. That is bigger infrastructure for them than anything else. So those things actually would probably change as well. So this is quite an interesting exercise to take out, because that would tell you at national level, when you look at it from a security point of view, what you do intake. And then from, let's say, from a sustainable point of view, what you would probably think is critical. And at an economic point of view, what you think should be part of it as well. And then try and put together quite a big picture, must I say. But I think nowadays it's all about the big picture. Thank you, sir.
I think we have time for last couple of questions from the audience, if there is some. Yeah, there was somebody who raised a hand here, yes.
Good evening, everyone. So, from the last 2 days, I have been listening to the speakers, and I have drawn a kind of a vicious circle, and my question pertains for that vicious circle itself. So today, as rightly pointed out by Ms. Ganesh, that critical infrastructures, and as DG also mentioned, that we do not have a proper or the definition which defines critical infrastructures. So with regard to critical infrastructures, the challenges that critical infrastructures will face, first, the kind of vicious cycle I'm trying to explain. The first is that it will lead to the issue of frequent cyclones, the disasters which are occurring, floods, cyclones, etc. And then you can take the 3 dimensions from this category. The first would be the supply chain disruptions. The second would be the trade, which will be disrupted, and the power and internet down, which Swati ma'am mentioned. And then the third issue would be about the migration. Then with the supply chain disruptions, you'll also face the issue of failure of multimodal transport connectivity because of the clogged roads and highways, because of these frequent occurring cyclones. And then this in turn will lead to failure of port communication infrastructure. And this in turn will lead to supply shortage, and then again to the failure of critical infrastructures. So if you see the whole vicious circle, it's directly or indirectly leading to the economic downturn. So given that we have short-term plans to tackle these issues, but are we prepared for a long-term plan? So your comments would be. Second, as mentioned in the today's talk, that the heat waves are continuously rising up, and there are challenges to the infrastructure, especially the offshore infrastructure. But given the fact that ports are not yet smart ports, we do not have many smart ports, or we have not moved towards the digitalization. There's a function of manpower involved. So what insurance risk cover is there for manpower, which is employed in the port development areas? Do we have, if we have, how much is it relevant? How much is good or not good? Third point, regarding the digitalization process again. We have been discussing about the smart ports and the digitalization part, and the data sharing becomes very crucial in this aspect. Again, we have seen that private stakeholders who are in this dimension, they are very reluctant and apprehensive to share the data. So how do we tackle all these issues? Thank you.
Thank you. I think the entire conference is focused towards how do we build resilience, both in the short term as well as in the long term. I do agree that sometimes these systems are not in place, but there are disaster preparedness plans, emergency relief plans. which should take care of most of these consequences, at least in the short term. Plus, I think we have seen a great resilience in how we plan and modify and adapt. A case in point was the COVID situation, which was in some sense a big disaster. And while there were no plans specifically meant for COVID, but there were routing, rerouting, supply of oxygen, and so on and so forth. So sometimes building a framework as well as capacity and systems in place for undertaking relief measures is good enough. And those can be adapted as per the situation. Definitely, there's a need to build long-term resilience based on the issues which we discussed, especially on coastal infrastructure. And there are many best practices which we can follow. There is a or there is a big gap, I do agree. And that's the intention, that we need to break this vicious circle, make it or make systems in place so that this can be addressed at the start. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I completely agree with Commander Narula said that that is the purpose of this conference. That is the purpose of the work that all of us are doing in our own capacity to kind of build this long-term planning. I mean, as far as I am aware, that most of the plans that we come up with for new events, for new things that happen, the unexpected events, they are mostly reactive in nature. That after the event happens, we come up with a plan. I think somebody said this in the morning as well, that first you do fishing and then you talk about overfishing. So it has been reactive so far, but the approach here through the work that we are doing is to build in kind of proactive planning, because we know that these are the impacts that we are going to see in the future, and we have a large amount of scientific literature that's supporting that. So we need to have those proactive long-term plans to build resilience in the long term. So, thank you.
I think one last question from the audience. I think, yes, you can please, sir.
Check. Commodore Matthew. First, just a statement to add on to the French experience in Kerala. I was in charge of that coastal line. So the mangroves, what you are speaking about, I also got interested and checked. So the tsunami didn't hit an area. It's about 11 kilometers from Aratupura to Munampam. That is the area. So it had mangroves and it had hit the other areas. And why these mangroves were there and why it was not destroyed. And when I checked, it had more of, I mean, a religious reason, if not a superstitious reason. So I think such ecological and natural things help. My question is different. I think the mitigating efforts, both spoken by Dr. Kapil and the French experience which was shared, had in effect something called vacating the coast or the seashore. Okay. Now then the factor comes. A vacant coast is a dream of, or it's a security nightmare. Perhaps it is the location attracting all type of trafficking, whether it is human, whether it is drug, arms, and all that. So in the resilient infrastructure which we are thinking about for the future, have you already thought of the maritime security part, or to be specific, the coastal security part of the countries involved, at least of India? And if not factored in, is it required to be factored in?
Maritime security is really not in my capacity. It's dealt with another ministries at my own engineering field. So we didn't address this aspect. So I'm sorry, I cannot.
Commodore Matthew, I think relocation of people is quite difficult, as you clearly mentioned, and I think resilient infrastructure and maritime security should go hand in hand. You cannot isolate the two. Finally, you have to build systems and processes which increase both the resilient infrastructure in form of nature-based solutions, which Marion mentioned, as well as make arrangements for maritime security. I think that's left for you how to tackle that for coastal disaster relief or resilient infrastructure. We normally don't tend to think together in these aspects. These are, as I said, two different silos, but this question needs to be addressed together and it has to be increased. I also wanted, if you give me time to address a question on insurance of human resources. Social security systems in India are quite weak in that sense. The government has taken measures for addressing health insurance as well as life insurance of people, but the value of life is very different from European countries. But I would also, it's a good step and I think that has to be strengthened, but I like to go beyond insurance for people. We now have arrangements or models where we are insuring coral reefs. So coral reefs off the coast of Mexico were insured, and when a natural disaster like a cyclone hit, coral reefs were destroyed, and companies paid money to regrow these coral reefs. I think this model can be extended to all nature-based infrastructure, including mangroves and blue carbon infrastructure. And I think that's the way it is going in terms of regeneration and not only limiting resource extraction, but the blue economy as well as the efforts are going beyond just preservation. They are going towards regeneration. And you see many such examples across the world. Thank you so much.
I think there was also a question about digitization. Swati wanted to answer that.
Yeah. So just to start off, I think you all are in the generation of data aggregation. And data aggregation is the flavor of the decade, I believe. And I think when you are talking about data sharing and why there is problem, you would all probably see that a lot of data is already being shared in different formats, especially within the blue economy ecosystem. If you see different countries are actually coming together to share data, to be part of different research programs, platforms, tools, and everything. So even if you make small connects between the already pre-existing data, agglomeration, just an aggregation, you do get a deep dive of data which is pre-existing. And right now, if you look at coastal resilience, wherein you're going to talk about climate change, you're going to talk about economics, you're going to talk about social issues, talk communities, everything. What you need is to see, you have to take 10 steps back to see the bigger picture. That's where you can see the dots. And the dots only are visible when you actually bring all the data that you're already collecting to the same platform or into a tool to understand what are the gaps and what you need to achieve now. That itself is not happened. So I think that would be one of the first frontiers that you could probably look. And it's not like countries do not share data or do not come together. I think when it comes to research, I think MOES is actually a very good example of having so many institutes under the MOES who are part of several international research consortiums where they do extensive amount of data sharing. And they also actually do, a lot of research together. So hence, the point is to actually bring a lot of that data under one cloud to see what it really means for us when we talk of not just coastal resilience, blue economy, the entire set together.
Thank you, all the panelists. I think there are some more questions available in the audience, I know, but I think we'll take it during the break time. With the range and depth of questions, I think the panelists have kept up to their promise of not making you sleep in the afternoon session. So with this remark, or maybe I would say resilience, what we understand is the ability of a community to bounce back after a hazard rather than be reactive to the impacts of the disaster. So the steps which we could look at are prevention, prediction, preparation, response, recovery, and rehabilitation, the 6 mantras for coastal resilience. I think with this, we can close this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for for facilitating this session. That was quite interesting. May I request you to please step forward for a group photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking all our panelists. May I request, as we approach the end of this conference, may I request Mr. Ashok Nayyar and Admiral Karambir Singh to please join us on stage. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have over the past 2 days had the opportunity to internalize the excellently articulated thoughts and perspective provided by our respective panelists. We would also like to again express our collective gratitude to Mr. Ashok Nayyar and Ms. Geeta Nayyar for their generosity in instituting the Vice Admiral K.K. Nayyar Fellowship at the NMF. This project and the ones that are already underway would not have been possible without their willing support, financial and otherwise. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. We rest secure in the knowledge that you will continue to support NMF's future research project under this fellowship. The late Vice Admiral K.K. Nayyar's extensive experience and intellectual effervescence shaped the paranormic worldview and stirred in him a fierce desire to create a robust and quintessential Indian organizational structure that would foster a resurgence of maritime thinking in the country. The NMF is proud to be the product of that realization. To do better justice to his eminence than I ever could, may I request Mr. Ashok Nayyar, the illustrious son of an illustrious father, to share his perspective and his vision. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Divya. I'm going to be extremely brief. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm going to be extremely brief because I think quite a bit has been said about my father yesterday and today. So first of all, I'd like to thank Admiral Karambir Singh, Vice Admiral Chauhan, the distinguished panelists and guests, National Maritime Foundation in general, and Dr. Udan and Dr. Thakur in particular. I'd like to thank you for the wonderful conference that we have witnessed over the last couple of days. The hard work over the last 3 years was pretty evident from the sessions yesterday and today. My father, Vice Admiral K.K. Nayyar, was a nationalist. He cared deeply about India, its people, its resources, its vision, and its prospects. Towards that end, he helped found or lead a number of think tanks, including the National Maritime Foundation, the Vivekananda International Foundation, and the Observer Research Foundation. Given his naval history and roots, the NMF had a special place in his heart. He would be very happy with the work the NMF has done historically and is doing currently under the leadership of Admiral Karambir Singh and Vice Admiral Chauhan. As my father moved through life and interacted with older, more senior government officials, business, and academic professionals, he never forgot the younger generation of officers and students. He lived in the present, but always focused on the future. The future was represented by the younger generations, new ideas and thoughts, and learning of new things and new areas. This conference represents the kind of future he envisaged. Older, seasoned experts mixed with younger generation discussing new concepts on how we are going to protect Mother India's coastal cities and ports from climate change and other related problems. He was a national security expert, but had a broad range of interests that spanned from economics to governance to women's development to history to climate change. He was truly a Renaissance man. My sister and I keep his and our mother Veena Nayyar's memories alive by being a part of ventures such as this conference and organizations like NMF that are selflessly focused on moving India forward. Thank you and Jai Hind.
And now I turn to Admiral Karambir Singh to offer his summative remarks.
Thank you so much. As the conference draws to a close, I don't know about you, but I personally enjoyed the discussions in the last 2 days. And I think it's a good format to adopt because you get so many speakers, a wide range of issues are discussed. And I'm sure for all of you it was extremely informative because of the, like I said, diverse perspectives. You had corporate people from the corporate field, government agencies, NGOs, academia. So, and we covered a host of issues. If you see subjects related from resilience to response to several facets of climate change, marine litter, greenwashing of consumer products, nature-based solutions, community involvement. So it was a large gamut, and it had to be this way because it's a multifaceted problem. And I think it was a very good format, and I perhaps recommend that we could continue this. Also, during this conference, we identified the culprit for climate change, which is us, and I think no longer human beings are the culprit, and therefore using the word natural disaster I think is not really right. It's all of this is man-made disaster. Now, whatever we've assimilated and discussed, how do we take it forward? That's always my question that I ask. And yesterday when the Chief of Naval Staff was here, I was discussing with him. He said that could you make a kind of a minutes with the viable action plan or concrete recommendations. So I told him very much, we will do that. We'll send it to you. We'll send it to other stakeholders. He also mentioned that he's making a bid in the G20 seminars especially the one on climate change, to include NMF as a knowledge partner, especially for things like coastal resilience, etc. So, and he was keen that we send the proceedings also to the concerned people. So we'll identify the stakeholders and then send it to them. Whilst the whole conference was in progress, I've jotted down some 5 or 6 points. I'll just share with you. One was, of course, there was this talk of lack of financial resources to do the preparatory work or to build infrastructure and things like that. And there was also a statement by Mrs. Mona Anand of CDRI that for every dollar invested in resilience, you save $4 in damage. And this I think is very true because from personal example, this we built a shipbuilding hangar and we spent a amount on it, and when Hudhud hit, it got very badly damaged. And thereafter, when we had to reconstruct it to a higher spec, which was based on the max speeds of Hudhud, people were groaning and moaning, how are we going to spend so much money? But what they didn't realize is once you make an infrastructure, what you put inside, if that blows off, you're going to lose much more in terms of money. So I think we shouldn't go back to this excuse of lack of financial resources, but future-proof our infrastructure in all its forms, and I think that money will be well spent. There was also a statement by one of the speakers, I think Professor Sanjay Chaturvedi. He said IUU, it erodes coastal resilience. So what he was, whilst he made this statement, I understood that the whole thing is very deeply interconnected. The entire issue ranging from IUU to the habits of people, eating habits of people, everything is so well interconnected. And that is why the reason, you mentioned about connecting the dots, getting all stakeholders on board. The challenge is so multifaceted, the response also will have to be very, very multifaceted. There was some discussion on the fact that beach cleaning is a publicity stunt. I don't quite agree with that because I personally, I mean, just to share with you all, I swim in the sea every morning and then get back on the beach and clean the beach. The fact is that one is when you do that, and I have over a period of 1 year got many followers now. So obviously I must be setting an example. And I think it addresses the issue of human behavior. When you see people collecting trash, they obviously, when the Prime Minister picks up trash, people realize that we mustn't mess around. So that is one advantage of coastal cleanup. And second, I remember in Vizag, when we did the coastal cleanup, we identified certain errant items or items that were being thrown. And for example, in RK Beach, there were these plastic. People used to have ice cream because it's very hot there. So there were plastic spoons. So we realized, okay, we are picking up plastic spoons by the hundreds. What we did is we replaced them with wooden spoons and gave it to those vendors. So that way, there is always a merit in doing things, and we shouldn't feel that it's just for publicity stunt. Now, there was a statement that Kerala, the entire coastline has changed, and when we deal with the coastline, we must realize that it's a living. The sea is a living organism or an entity. How many of you have seen Marina Beach in Chennai? Yeah. So anyone knows how Marina Beach has come up? It's come up because of Chennai Port Trust. Because when it built the jetty, the sedimentation pattern goes clockwise and the sands kept filling up and got this beach and eroded the beaches to the north. So that got denuded. So each time you do you mess around with nature or you build infrastructure, that's why, of course, you have the environment impact assessment done. But these are things that you must realize that many of the things that happen, erosion that happened here, suddenly this happened, that happened, this is all caused, much of it is caused due to man-made intervention. And we've got similar examples of other jetties that have come up and caused the coastline to change, and thereafter downstream effects of whatever happened later. I was talking about this building infrastructure that can withstand or future-proofed. There was a very interesting fact that our power lines, which seem to go away each time there's a cyclone, are built only to 120 kilometers per hour to withstand 120 kilometers per hour. So this is another example of how forward thinking in building infrastructure can help. I also was very caught up by this best practices and interactive maps which were shown by Captain Narula and Miss Marion. They're very good, and perhaps that's a very good example. The US digital coastal site which could be replicated in India. And of course, the last part about urban planning, which Ms. Marian brought out, it's a weak area in India. I don't know how many of you know that as per NDMA, the stormwater drainage systems in our cities are built only for 12 to 20 millimeters of rainfall. So obviously, you shouldn't be surprised when they overflow And to add to the woes, of course, half of them are clogged, not cleaned, and some of them are located. This is one area which we found in our naval area, was that the stormwater drain was going into the ocean, but it was located below the high water mark. So as this, when there was high water and there was rain, there was no question of any water going out. And when you have a situation with sea level rise, then it gets further compounded. Many of your drains would end up being underwater. So they're not going to carry water, might just be bringing water into your cities. So lastly, I want to give a very heartfelt thanks to Mr. Ashok Nayyar, Mrs. Geeta Nayyar. Your support and encouragement has made this possible. May I please give them a big round of applause. I also want to thank Chimi and Saurabh for this very nice monograph which was unveiled yesterday. It is deep research that matters. Rest of us, like what I've been talking is what like DG says, 30,000 feet. It's actually deep research that matters, and that is what is useful to policy makers and planners. And of course, finally, I want to thank all members of the NMF and all of you in the audience, including the uniformed officers and all the young students and bright students who put a lot of the panelists on the back seat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. With that, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of Vice Admiral K.K. Nayyar Memorial Conference. And I'm sure that you all would agree that we had an absorbing conference with numerous presentations that were extremely rich and insightful. Before bidding you farewell, our sincere and heartfelt gratitude for the time, trouble, and scholarship and efforts that you have devoted to this conference. I would like to extend a special thank you to Dr. Chimi Udon. Chimi, if you can stand, please. Who has in every substantial manner carried the load, every aspect of this conference, organization and conduct. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving her 100th round of applause. And Team NMF too is richly deserving of our collective gratitude, as is our senior leadership, the various ministries, departments and agencies of Government of India, and all those who represented civil society with such remarkable conviction and competence. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again, stay safe, God bless, Godspeed. The tea is served outside, so you all may proceed for the tea. And bringing down the curtains, I wish you fair winds and following sea. Have a good day.